So I am going to test my secret weapon. That ought to keep a leopard or two away from me tonight.
The image of Africa is one of majesty and danger, beauty and challenge, home to an incredible variety of wildlife and an impressive variance of landscapes. Africa maintains a nearly mystical reputation. For this survival odyssey, I'm headed into classic Africa, the kind I've seen in movies and documentaries for years. I'm headed into the north edge of South Africa. Thousands of hectares of scrub brush and forests, cliffs and plains. In the extreme pre-dawn, well before any major breezes have had the chance to blow up, I'm able to launch into the picturesque scene they call Africa. By one of the most beautiful ways to see the world.
Here we go!
Hot air balloon.
This is Africa. Big skies, open plains, and jungles. And down there are wildebeest and antelope, surviving in the same land as the predators, the lion and the cheetahs, the hyenas. And by hot air balloon has to be one of the most spectacularly beautiful ways to see this continent. You can just drift and glide silently over top of the game. You can get close down and see everything. It's absolutely stunning. But what if you were down there and you had to survive alone for 7 days? Well, I'm gonna find out. Well, that's it then. Crew's taking off, and they'll leave me here absolutely alone for the next 7 days in the middle of a remote stretch of Africa.
I've landed in an area just on the edge of some plains. There's a bit of forest all around me and not much else. There's no question that this balloon basket will come in handy for survival.
I'm barely here half an hour. Some wicked lightning, and here comes the rain. It's coming right at me, and it's gonna be a strong downpour. I can see if I can pull the parachute here, but it weighs a lot. I don't think I can pull the whole thing. I figured I'd have time to cut it up and maybe use it.
I tried to plan this challenge around landing the balloon and setting up for the night, but weather can change quickly and foil some of the best laid plans.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay, here it comes. I'm out of time. Gotta watch where you're running, too. Oh, pouring. Okay. Well, it might be in between thunderclouds here. I'm gonna do this sort of without rhyme or reason. I'm just gonna cut something off I can use just to get me through the night. Yeah, I hear you. Just give me 15, 20 minutes here. Come on, yeah. 15 minutes, not 3. Okay. Oh. That's the wool. Come on with me.
The lower section of the balloon itself is made of wool, which will be really handy. But all my movement out in the open like this can attract dangerous predators.
Now it can rain. Huh. The coolest thing. The bottom of this basket has a big foam sponge, so that's going to give me a nice cushion to lie on. And that'll help. It's not going to stop a lion, but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve yet for protection. At least I'll be drying here tonight anyway.
The advantage of having the ripstop nylon balloon material and the basket for a survival situation is huge. Not having to build a rain-proof shelter out of the bush saves me an incredible amount of time and energy.
Time to test my line of defense. If something comes at me from the front, here's what I can do. Oh yeah, baby. That'll do. With the sun dropping down, I'll let you know my challenge this time. It's first to survive here in the plains of Africa, then make my way through very dangerous lion territory, go up to the top of that plateau in behind me, where my crew will rendezvous with me 7 days from now.
It's like being in a little wicker home right now. Probably the most comfortable I've ever been surviving. The moon is intense tonight. I'm gonna stay inside here with my fireball flinging jets at the front door.
All night long, the thunder in the distance rumbled, so I'm hoping that I can get away without having another downpour to deal with.
There we go. Day 2 in Africa.
It's a long uphill climb to the plateau, so obviously I can't carry the basket with me, but there's a lot inside of it that I can use.
What's left of a small bottle of water, my multi-tool. In this area, they call it a panga. Machete. I also got myself an air horn. That will hopefully at least freak out the odd lion if he wants to come in close. And lastly, I figure if I'm gonna have to get into real up-close hand-to-hand combat with a 750-pound lion, I might as well have some kind of advantage. So I asked for and picked up a big old belt knife. Now that's a knife. Well, crash landing in a hot air balloon at least leaves you with a number of supplies that come with the balloon. The basket itself has given me a fantastic shelter, and it is full of a treasure trove of supplies that I can use. Just a whole whack of cables and rope and wires and webbing. It's going to be just fantastic. This hot air balloon came with its own first aid kit, and there wasn't much in it. Just a few band-aids and some medication.
Believe it or not, simply combining some basic medications will give me an edge on survival. It's day 2 stranded in the African plains. The weather has cleared, so it's time to head back out and see what else I can cannibalize from the balloon.
Not really certain what it is I'm doing here. Maybe this will work. Just a ton of rope came out of this balloon. This is good. This is really good. Plan is to make myself a hammock.
It may seem like such a small thing, but having the knowledge of various rope knots can greatly improve my chances of survival when coping with a situation like this.
I now have a hammock. Before I go anywhere, one thing I could and should do while I'm here immediately is set myself up with sort of a protective pole walking stick. And I can even maybe lash on my knife and turn this into a real protective spear. So the point here is I want to extend my reach with this knife. See that? Formidable spear.
When stuck in one place, it'll give me a great advantage to know what's around me. That's where doing a proper patrol comes in. It's all about distance and time. Making a patrol map is not complicated. All you need is a watch, a pen, and paper. Every time you come upon a distinct landmark, you make a note of that landmark and how much time has passed since the previous one. If it's an actual trail that you see, make a note of its direction, north and south or east and west. This technique originates with the military, but it's very effective in any survival situation.
Whew, this is what I like to see. It's not super clean, but it's moving. There's sand and there's life. The water's probably fine. Probably one of the best things I can do in this kind of heat is get a cool bandana on me. But the best place to put it really is not up around your head and your face, but actually, if you can, wrap it around your neck so that your carotid arteries take the coolness. Cattail grows all over the world. Excellent. Thing about the cattail, you can eat a different part of it almost every season of the year. This is unfortunate. I was hoping this might be a termite nest that I could chow down on and get in there and get some termites to eat for lunch, but it seems to be riddled with snake holes.
Old termite holes are a favorite haunt of the formidable black mamba snake. Plenty of room for it to wind up its up to 14-foot length of body, and if this is its home, it'll shoot out with great aggression to defend its territory. A man once woke up to realize that a mamba had slipped into his sleeping bag. By the time his friends had grabbed his shoulders and pulled him out, which took only about 3 seconds, the mamba had bitten him 13 times. He didn't make it.
Okay, the results of my patrol map were great. Because of this map now, I can find my way to and from the small river, the creek, with the flowing water whenever I need to fill up and get a drink and get rehydrated. This way, I can find my way there and back even when I'm not feeling really good, if I'm disoriented. And if I was with somebody, I can say, here's the location to the water. They can take it, head out to the water, and find their way back. Patrol maps, they're worth their weight, that's for sure.
As the skies darken, the sounds of Africa are keeping my senses on high alert.
Okay, I am listening to something very large. Growl and moan and groan, not too far from here. I would say at the most a quarter of a kilometer, about 2/10 of a mile sort of thing. I have no way of knowing whether it's a wildebeest, a buffalo, leopard, or a lion. So I am going to test my secret weapon. There we go. That ought to keep a leopard or two away from me tonight. Morning of day 3. Thought it was gonna storm. I battened down the hatches. Never did rain though. Thundered a lot. I'm gonna get on the move today.
I have 3 days left before I have to rendezvous with the crew, and that means I have to get moving today, heading towards the plateau, through lion territory. If I could, I would take all of the advantages of the hot air balloon with me, but there's only so much I can carry on my back. It's not so easy to leave a place of security.
All right, what have we here? I think I see a spot I can use.
All day, I've been hiking in the brutally hot sun, and that's enough.
So we got this tree and that tree over there I'm gonna use for my hammock. There we go. Now this is survival. And here it comes, turning right back on me. Whoa, shoot. Okay, this is not gonna be fun now.
Fortunately for me, the heavy winds were just a false alarm. There'll be no storm this day.
I'm not far, maybe about 100 yards from where I've set up the hammock. And nice dry riverbed here I can pull some water from. So this is definitely a good spot to get some water. Not necessarily this muddy water. I suppose if I really had to, I could drink it, but my assumption is that the ground is saturated with probably animal feces and urine. Ooh, what the heck is that? Ooh, there's some big holes in the side there, and I better be careful because there could easily be snakes in those holes. So I want to be able to get fresh water out of this. As you can see, it's pretty much just mud. What I'm going to do is dig myself a hole. Scoop out. It's already starting to fill in with water. It's really as simple as that.
While I let the water seep in, I want to satisfy my curiosity about some of the holes in the mud wall. Big mistake.
Well, that gave me a fright. Maybe a stupid move on my part, eh? Some deep holes in this cliffside, and in my situation, probably not smart to try poking in them. I think I just woke up a hornet's nest in the other hole. Oh boy. Nice juicy ant. The ant bums. Are quite tasty. With protein. You can munch on the little ant bums. The docile ants. Don't go after the aggressive ants. But the little docile ants, the big ones with the big bums, it's protein. Let's go see how my water's making out. If I had to, I could just simply drink this as it is. But what I can do is, of course, use my bandana and get some water that way. Working. Well, that ought to clean the system out.
I haven't had a fire in nearly 3 days, and believe it or not, the medication in my first aid kit can help remedy that.
Rhino dung, potassium permanganate, an antiseptic, glycerin for diarrhea. Watch what happens when you put them both together. Oh yeah. That's what happens when you put the two of them together.
Now that I no longer have my big jet flamethrowers to protect me, this fire will go a long way towards keeping any curious leopards in the area at bay.
No shortage of dry material around here, let me tell you. Now I can boil some water up using the plastic bottle. All right, I've been drinking that chocolate milk muddy water so far, but I'm going to show you that you can boil water in a plastic bottle if you really had to, if you really needed to purify your water.
As long as the flames only lick the bottle where it's filled with water, I should be okay. Good red hot coals would work even better. The danger is obviously that I might burn right through, leaving me without a water carrying container, or even putting my fire out.
That's pretty cool. Getting water to boil in plastic. It's deformed it, but it works. And that helps to purify any bad water you might be able to collect, even if all you have is a plastic bottle. There's something big out there. Hoping it's just a wildebeest. If it's a buffalo, I'm in serious trouble. Okay, now there's two of them. What do you think? Maybe they're not music lovers.
This is how I slept. Got the hammock, and I used the wool blanket I took off of the hot air balloon. Because believe it or not, I got a bit cool. I took the bottom part of my pant legs off, and then I got too cool at night. Go figure. I should be moving on today. We'll see. We'll see how the rain holds out.
This is a fantastic byproduct of getting rained on. Fresh, clean water. Oh, I'm gonna guzzle up as much of this as I can. Oh yeah. The benefits of rain. All right, well, I don't know whether it's because I'm refreshed from all this fantastic rainwater, or it was just because it is a little brighter, but I've got to make my way, and I think I'll take the chance. The teardown. Nice not to be traveling in the heat of the sun.
The plateau is an easy target to head for. It's a clear landmark in the distance, beyond the lower plains.
Look at this little bugger. This guy is going right for a sensitive spot. I There have been ticks on me since I started this thing. Big ones, small ones, fast ones, slow ones. Ones with striped legs, ones all red. Fortunately, not too many of them are carrying a lot of diseases.
My nerves are now on high alert. I'm out of the plains and into the forested area where the predators have more hiding places. I knew from scouting this area in advance that this particular location had a pride of lions in it led by a huge 750-pound male, and the guides in the area told me they are a particularly aggressive pride when it comes to humans.
This tree here is where I'm going to make my shelter. Now, I've chosen it because it's a strong enough tree for me to climb on if I had to get up out of the way of a lion, and it looks like I should be able to climb it quickly.
There's an obvious huge advantage having the balloon material as a tarp in lion territory. Still though, it always amazes me that you can feel almost protected from lions, or even bears for that matter, with just a thin piece of nylon. It really just is a false sense of security. But I'll take it for now.
Really, by all standards, it's a bit of a paradise compared to what I'm usually used to. Now, I'm still very exposed here, very wide open to lions if were they to come in, so there's something else I can do here that most people do to protect your shelter from lions, and that's find some good solid thorn trees and circle the whole perimeter with thorn trees. This is the first time I've ever made a door out of a thorn bush, let me tell you. So the idea, as I climb inside, pull this last thorn tree in behind me, and I'm effectively surrounded by acacia thorn trees. Apparently, that's a barrier for lions. At least it buys me a little bit of time, just enough time for the lion to get a little bit more hungry. All right, something else I can do. Thick rope came from the hot air balloon. I was wondering when I was going to get a chance to use it, and this would be the perfect place. I'm going to loop the rope up to the tree there, dangle it down into my shelter. That way, hopefully not, but if I do have to make a quick escape up the tree, I've got a climbing rope to help me. Okay, here we go. I even put a couple of loops in it, which will give me either something to grab onto with my hand or step into. That's good. Any advantage I can have against a 750-pound lion, I'll take. Well, I'm getting closer. That plateau up there, there's a nice even way up to take me to where I have to rendezvous with the crew. But I am still, for now, stuck right in the middle of lion territory. So I should talk quieter. A little muddy, but it's clean. Oh yeah, that's lucky. I got myself a little crab. Oh yeah, buddy, you are now nicknamed Dinner. And don't nip on anything when you're in there. There we go. I got myself a meal, however small it might be.
The potassium permanganate and glycerin are working great for getting any fire going easily.
There we go. That's what I like to hear.
A fire in lion territory is controversial. Some feel it keeps them away, but many others feel it actually attracts them since they're naturally curious.
I'm gonna cook me up a crab dinner. Oh, where are you going? Come back here. Gotcha. Whew, this guy's fast. There we go. Into the fire he goes. This is gonna be good. Well, while I cook him, let me tell you a couple of things. First of all, it's clear to understand that this thorn bush that I have around my shelter is probably fairly inadequate.
it should be thicker and higher. There's not much more thorn bush around here. Secondly, it's not a barrier. It's a deterrent, not a barrier. If the lion wants to get in here, he's coming in. Same thing goes for this fire. It might be a deterrent, but it's not a barrier. Okay. I think he's cooked. Actually, when he's this small, he could probably just eat shell and all. But I will go for the legs. A little sandy, but good. I never thought I'd be eating fresh crab while surviving in Africa. When you're this hungry, everything tastes good. I'm just eating the shell, the claws, everything. I'll settle for the night soon. Spend all night listening for lions. You can bet on that. A night in lion territory is not likely one where I'll see much sleep. I always feel like I'm hearing something. Morning can't come soon enough. Right, I made it through night in lion territory, and I did get attacked by about 7 or 8 ticks through the night. Hungry little buggers. Well, I'm not out of danger yet. I've still got to get out of here and head up to an area where, in truth, here it seems the danger was more at night. Where I'm going, the danger is more as I travel, because it's heavy buffalo and elephant territory, and all of them are pretty ornery, along with their little slithering friend, the black mamba, little being anywhere from 6 to 14 feet here. So gonna get on my way and see how I do making it through that territory. My little rocky knoll, I think for sure, for the night. I was going to check it out for snake dens, snake holes, and any other dangers. I've got a little spot here on the rocks, somewhat shaded, somewhat flat, with a really good view to the front, so I can see what's going on around me. Up on the heights, I might be out of lion territory, but I'm not out of danger. Buffalo are feared more than lions in Africa for their intense aggressive behavior towards humans. Okay, I swear I just heard something growl over there. I'm gonna back away slowly. It seems that the only answer to just about everything in Africa is to back away slowly, whether it's a black mamba or a lion or a buffalo. If it's anything up here, it's going to be a buffalo, and that's the last thing I want to come across. I don't see anything. I have no idea what that grumble growl was, but that was close enough for me. Before setting up my camp, I better deal with this very obvious snake den. I'll tell you what, before I actually poke around in there with a stick, I'll throw a couple of rocks at it, see if that does anything. Nothing yet. I'll try poking. Okay, so I doubt there's anything in there. It's just an old hole. And hopefully nothing is coming back to its home later tonight.
Normally a spot like this, I'd just lay out on the rocks, but this is very active black mamba territory, so I'm just gonna get myself up off the ground. Now you might think that I could pretty much just grab any bug and eat it and get some protein. It's not true. This guy's a good case in point. Some of these bugs, at the very least, aren't palatable, but often they'll even have toxic poison in them. This guy, he's got a couple things going against him. Number one, he's got brightly colored legs, so that's the first thing you want to look out for. Bright colors, be careful. Usually means something toxic. Number two, he's really cumbersome and just plodding along and just bumbling along right out in the open without issue. And when they do that, it means they probably got nothing to worry about. They're probably carrying some kind of a toxic poison with them. And number three, and I'm not even going to bother testing this one, is do they smell bad? And often they'll have a horrible little odor to them. So if they meet three of those, or even just one of those three conditions, then it's probably a good bug to stay away from. Okay, I'm going to do something that I should have done when I first started off survival. That's the piece I want. You're doing that. Or that. Throwing stick is about as primitive of a hunting implement as you can find. Pretty basic. Get into Australia, you know, they're boomerangs. Everywhere else, it's just usually some sort of a curve like this. It's good if you've got a bit of a ball on the end of the head there.
A throwing stick is an advantage, but it's no guarantee. There's always a danger of losing track of my bearings and getting lost when I go out hunting, but I've only eaten a few ants, a crab, and some random wild edibles in 4 days, and I think it's worth it to take a chance at getting some food.
Just some very small leopard tracks. Very young one.
Well, I saw lots of guinea fowl when I didn't have a throwing stick in my hand.
Much bigger leopard tracks now. Seen some small ones, but that's a good sized cat.
It makes sense now to head back to camp while I still have a bit of daylight.
It's a starry night. It's beautiful. I'm in extremely active black mamba territory, so my biggest concern is obviously snakes. I'm not too worried about leopards. They should leave me alone, especially with this fire going.
Time to break camp and get going. I'll try to hunt for food all along the way.
Okay, just over here there's some quail or guinea fowl. Just put my pack down. I haven't walked very far. We'll see if I can get a shot at them. I had this in the side of my pack. I didn't want to have it in my hands carrying it, but I guess I will. So that whole time I was just talking to you, there was one down here. I keep my spear and most importantly, my throwing stick handy this time.
Foolishly, on the beginning of my trek, I had tied my throwing stick to my pack, so when I first saw the birds, it took me too long to pull out the weapon and get a good shot away. One simple wrong decision, and that can make the difference between survival or not.
Just gotta keep guzzling water everywhere I find it.
This is it. My last home.
I had been planning to sleep under the stars tonight, but there's thunder rumbling and clouds pulling in. Boy, 6 days with hardly any food, and you can't stand up too quick. You get very lightheaded, and I'm all wobbly and dizzy, but same token, I gotta go get some food.
Mind you, it's come to this. I'm now chopping at termite mounds to see if I can kill a little munch. I can't even find the big juicy termites. I'm gonna pig out on the little termites. There we go, 4 at once. Oh, and the dirt's a bonus. Oh, I'm getting stuffed.
To tell you the truth, I'd much rather set this tent up like a dome with some bent branches. It makes a much stronger shelter. But it's no word of a lie to say I just don't have the steam anymore.
Well, that's it. It's my last night in Africa. And storms have passed, everything's calmed right down. My only real concern for tonight will be scorpions. There's a lot of scorpion holes around here, so I'm going to hope that nothing decides to come in and sleep with me tonight. And snakes. But I should get through one more night.
I'm actually not that far from an African nature reserve lodge now, but the deal was to meet my crew out on the plains. And believe me, the sight of that white truck gave me a great adrenaline rush. So for now, I head back to safety after a week on the African plains. I'm being taken deep into the wilds of Alaska, where jagged mountains shed their cold glacial waters into deep fjords. It's one of those places where survival is a way of life. Sea kayaking up here is a powerful experience, and not one you can approach casually.
All right.
Every year, thousands of adventurers take their kayaks into the icy waters of Alaska. Some of them become stranded or lost, separated from their gear. I'm about to put myself into that kind of jeopardy. I'll keep my kayak, but little else. These waters are frigid. Weather here can change quickly. Even rescue can be held off or suspended due to the harshness of the environment. Alaskan coastal waters are rich with killer whales, seals, and sea otters. Brown bears and grizzlies feast on the spawning salmon in the rushing rivers. And glaciers are calving constantly into the ocean water. You're taking your life into your hands if you get too close. Alaska is larger than 21 of the smallest U.S. states combined. 34,000 miles of coastline, more than half of the continental U.S.
I'm paddling a remote stretch of the coastline outside of Seward, Alaska, without gear. My kayak has no equipment for camping, fishing, hunting, or cooking. No food and no fresh water. I'm carrying only a knife, multi-tool, and a fire piston. And to keep this experience authentic, I'll stay out here, alone, for a week. A safety camp has been set up somewhere along the coast, and I'll paddle and search the shoreline for food, shelter, and a place to survive for 7 days.
Where I stay out here will depend on what I find. But the production crew leaves me alone now. The rest of the filming is up to me. As I search for a place to make a shelter, the challenges of kayaking here become immediately evident. The dry suit I'm wearing causes me to sweat, which can put me in risk of hypothermia. But without it on, it would take only one spill into the icy ocean to put me in serious peril. The ice and snow of the mountains merge with the rainforest and come down to touch the edge of the salty ocean water. Shelter is not a luxury here, it's an instant imperative, but not every location is ideal for survival.
Just taking a break here, checking out Long Beach. Pretty steep though. Just gonna come up here, there's some snow right down almost to the water's edge here. Gonna get some fresh water. That's interesting. Wow. Oh, that's good. Scraped down just a little bit and lots of good fresh snow here. Can't drink the ocean water, so that's a great way to get rehydrated. All right, let me turn you around and show you where I came from. All right, you can see that spot back there. That's all open ocean right there. And I know it doesn't look like it, but there's quite a cool breeze blowing in off of it and coming in right down on me here. There's lots of driftwood I could take advantage of, and I've got this snow here for fresh water, but not much else.
So this time, I'm going to keep moving, keep paddling, and search for a better spot. Since it never really gets that dark this time of year, I'll paddle through the night. It's day 2 of my survival in Alaska. Night number 1 was spent mostly traveling, stopping only to curl up for a bit of sleep in the drizzling rain, and then carrying on again. Cold, damp winds continue to blow down the fjord as I try out some new camera mounts I had built for this survival odyssey. Without time to test them, it's a surprise to me to discover just how top-heavy they make me, which makes things dangerous for me and risky for the camera gear itself. Places like this offer what I would describe as no forgiveness. One mistake and you risk your life. It's funny how it can all be offset, however, by unmatched beauty, stunning scenery that betrays the dangers.
It's like a paradise here. See if there's anything I can survive with then. All right, the only extras I have are my hikers for getting around on land and my paddle dry suit. Keeps me from getting soaking wet if I do dump the kayak in the ocean, but it's extremely hot to paddle in, and I've got to watch just how much I sweat when I'm wearing that thing and try to dry out before night comes in or before it starts to rain. It's fair weather right now, but around here, this is a rainforest, and I expect rain anytime soon. This is some clear weather for now. Bald eagle's not too happy about me being here. Lots of water, lots of good driftwood. Let's get a look at this bald eagle. Oh, look at that, there he goes. Look at him. Huh, not sure if he's gonna dive bomb me or not. You know, this is one of those situations where I'm in an absolutely picture-perfect location. I've got a waterfall in behind me, active eagle nest, incredible view to the front. But it's not the best place for survival. I do have a breeze kicking in off the ocean, which is keeping me cool. Even the greenery that's available, nothing's ripe yet. Not in this location.
I'll stay here for tonight, but sometimes survival means moving on.
You know, it was raining for almost a week before I got out here. You'll always figure you can't get dry tinder and dry wood if it's raining or if it's been raining a lot. And check out all those old stumps back there close to the eagle's nest and dig in deep enough, find yourself some nice dry tinder.
I can use this. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. Maybe take one of the other pieces and
Let's get shavings. That's why woodsmen and trappers and people who are out in the wilderness all the time, they obsess over keeping a really sharp knife. A dull knife is what makes you push harder when you're trying to cut things, and that's how you end up cutting yourself. A sharp knife just melts through wood like butter. All right, now one thing I've done here has been I've put a base of wood, driftwood, underneath where I want to have my fire. Well, the worst things you can do is try to get a good fire going and have it sitting right on top of wet or damp ground. It just sucks up all the moisture out of the ground and puts your fire out, or at least makes it a lot harder to keep your fire going. I'm going to try a new method for starting a fire, something I've never used before. Remember that punky wood that I gathered? Well, this is where it's going to come in handy. Don't need very much. So this is a fire piston. Now what happens here is there's an airtight grip, and as you push in really hard, boom, hit that in really hard, it works just like the piston in an automobile. The air that is condensed and pressurized so quickly rises in temperature extremely rapidly. And if you've got a little tiny bit of tinder down there, some punky wood, it should actually ignite it. Take my little piece of punky wood, drop it in there, and it's simply a good hard hit like this. With any luck, I'll have a little coal in there when I'm finished, I hope. There we go. Nope. I can smell it. Oh, it's on the end. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, snuff that one out.
The purpose of using fire-starting devices other than matches and lighters is that they can be used indefinitely without returning to civilization for resupply.
Yeah.
There's nothing to run out of, except for the natural components like tinder fungus or punky wood, which the wilderness provides in abundance.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What's missing from what you're watching is the hour I spent gathering all my firewood supplies ahead of attempting to light it. Preparation is the key to a successful fire.
And look what I found. An old running shoe. Not a big deal, except that out of the heel of it are the distinct markings of grizzly bear teeth. It's not a good omen.
Tonight, night number 2, I'll spend laying out by the fire, trusting the rain to hold off.
Ow! Oh, that's hot. Okay, like that. I know you can't really tell just by looking, but these rocks here are actually, they're very hot to the touch. In fact, they're too hot to the touch. And what I'll be able to do is lie on these rocks on the smooth side. Fire in front of me, hot rocks underneath me, and just this heat will just be coming up into my body. And right now the dew is coming down pretty heavy. I mean, that's why I've got to have these yellow covers on the cameras, because otherwise the dew is getting them soaking wet and it's coming down onto me. I might have to put my rain shell on to get through the night. And as long as it doesn't rain, it should be a doable night. This may be a beautiful location, but it's not much for survival. There isn't even any seaweed coming in that I can eat. Nothing to gather, nothing to pick and eat, nothing to catch. I'm gonna move on. Rock's getting hot. See if I can find myself a good survival base camp.
The general rule of thumb for survival is to stay put, but that is not always the best course of action.
It's amazing how warm these rocks are and actually make it possible to sleep in this position. Well, you can see how far out the tide is now. This is the morning of day 3. It actually started to drizzle on me a little bit last night. Not too much, fortunately. But I can't stay here. Got to get a place where I can get some food. And especially where I can set up a good shelter, because it will rain more. This is a rainforest. I don't think I'll wait for the tide to come back in.
Shoot. There's a black bear. I have no idea if he's got to know I'm here. He's acting like he doesn't, though.
I'm just gonna hop in the kayak and paddle on. I found yesterday when I had the camera gear up, and the first day it was just so top heavy, the kayak always threatened to tip. So to get to my next location, I'm not gonna film it. I'm just gonna pack the camera gear away and get going.
Black bears and grizzlies abound in this area. This one, as expected, took off when he saw me. But the massive grizzlies may be a little less intimidated by the sight of a human.
So this is it then. Base camp. I wouldn't blame you at all if you looked at this and said, "Oh, come on, that looks set up." But no word of a lie here. I didn't see it, and here it is laying here. This happens actually a lot on the ocean coast. Eagles will catch their salmon and different fish, and they'll come somewhere to eat. I'm surprised I don't see bird poop all over here. There isn't any, but they'll come and they'll pick a spot, they'll eat, and then they'll fly away, leaving a good portion of the fish. So I don't know. I have no idea of knowing how long this guy's been sitting here. Oh, that is gnarly. Well, it smells fishy, but it doesn't smell bad. Oh, that's kind of gross. You can make some fish soup out of that. And I can also use it for bait. It smells a bit fishy. There's a good hunk of meat there, though. Now, this is just to show you that if you had to, you can eat a lot of things raw. You'd be surprised how many things you can eat raw without getting sick. Sushi. With all the driftwood I've got, this should do just fine. It's good and solid, that's for sure. A little bit exposed, but I can cover it up. One thing's for sure, I want to get this shelter up now. It might be fair weather at the moment, but you never know how long that's going to last. And out here on the northwest Pacific coast of Alaska, rain is the usual way. Sunny and warm is the exception to the rule. I better get a shelter up now while I can. It's way better to spend all these calories now building the shelter on this day rather than waiting until day 6 or 7 when I'm really exhausted. Keep forgetting I haven't really had anything to eat for 3 days. Beach combing score. Gotta like it. One man's garbage is another man's gold. One old hunk of plastic saves me a lot of waterproofing. Let's see if I can block up that drafty hole. Every little bit helps. Oh boy. I don't know if this is even going to be possible, but the only water I can actually walk to on this site is up through this dry creek bed. I mean, it's gushing up at the top there, so hopefully I won't have to go very far before I start to see it coming through the ground and I can get myself some fresh water. Otherwise, I'll have to hop into the kayak and paddle over. I'm not far from some falls, but it's just kind of a drag to have to get in the kayak every time I need water. Oh boy. It's a long way to go for some water. If I can find a container to bring some water back to camp, it'll be easier. Guzzle while I'm here.
starting to get a bit of a headache from dehydration. Surrounded by an ocean of water and you can't drink 1 ounce of it.
Well, I've got the shelter pretty much where I wanted it today. A good roof to shed the rain. A place where I can crawl inside and get out of the rain. 1, 2, maybe 3 hours of actual sunlight left. Take my hand, touch the bottom to the sun, and count down the widths of my hand till I hit the horizon. It gives me an hour each time.
With my shelter priority taken care of, I can turn my attention back to the scavenged fish and take in a little nourishment.
Well, it's better than nothing. Free fish dinner. Nothing to turn down. That's for sure. Even if the fish is bad, were I to eat it raw, which I already did, but I'm feeling fine. But cooking it should kill all the germs. So, that being the case, I'm gonna have myself a fish dinner. Thank you, Eagle. This is such an unexpected treat. I'm kind of ripe for a visit from any kind of grizzly or black bear now, because this fish smells all over this place. Not a smart idea. The other thing that would be good to do would actually be to boil this fish. That's the best way I can get all the nutrients out of it. I just don't have anything to boil in right now, so I'll take it cooked. Oh, man. Wow. Nothing gross about eating it now, eh? Now that you see it all cooked. This is going to be a good night. This is a beautiful place. Would you believe that it's actually midnight? Not very dark. Well, this is the end of day 3. I think I'm starting to lose track. Hopefully I won't get too much smoke inhalation in this shelter. But I'm gonna see if I can try and get some sleep. Wake up every now and then, look for bears, and stoke the fire. Oh, I can't believe how good that fish made me feel.
Tonight, I learned that even with years of experience, you can never let your guard down. One small mistake can turn deadly.
First time in my life, my shelter caught fire. You should have seen it. It was a big ball of flame in the sky. Fortunately, there was this hanging around. If not for that one piece of junk on the beach, my shelter would have been a massive bonfire. Oh, man. So I've splashed water all over the top, and I've pulled what was left of the coals outside, keep the fire going, and I've soaked the front entranceway. Oh boy, oh boy. The fire did not go to where the plastic was on the roof. It was over in the fire area where the flames were supposed to lick up, but I guess they just kept drying out and drying out the wood up above it. I let the flames get too high. Wow. Well, here I go again. Another night of sleeping on rocks. That was incredible last night. I'm really fortunate that my whole shelter didn't burn down. It's the first time I've ever had one of my shelters catch fire. I've come close before, but another close call. Wow. This is an extremely low tide right now. It's got to be down about 12 or 13 feet. So I'm going to head over to what looks like a much larger tidal zone across the bay and see what I can find there. Hopefully the pickings will be a little bit better and I can get something to eat. Now just sit here and wait for the tide to come in. Okay, that's long enough. Ooh, a little top heavy because of that camera. tricky. You know, I made a practice of trying all kinds of different camera mounts, testing out cameras out in the wild, filming wildlife, filming myself. But once I get into doing Survivorman, it's a little bit harder. For one thing, I don't have the energy I normally have because I'm not really eating very much. And for another, if I blow it and ruin a camera, well, I have nothing to shoot with. There's no point in me being out surviving. That's why I usually end up with 3 to 5 cameras with me. Some of them waterproof, different mounts, that sort of thing.
Again, the intense beauty of Alaska can lull you into a false sense of security. But for now, I'll gladly take this fortunate spell of great weather to seek out food sources. Sunshine fills the soul, but not the stomach. And in 4 days, there's been nothing more for me to eat than a few ounces of rotting fish meat.
Nice little sheltered, protected bay in here. If I'd seen this before, I might have come and stayed in here. This is a fantastic area for harvesting, but the tide is coming in really quick. I'm actually in a bit of a race against it. When you have an area that's this large of a tidal zone, the tide seems to move in on you quite quickly. Sea lettuce. Just eat it raw. There's lots of it in here. There's a whole garden of it. This beach is loaded with good food. Bladderwrack. This is fantastic. You just pick it and eat it raw. And it's full of minerals and protein even. This little bay is a good score. Now that I'm eating, I'm getting hungry. This is great. This is called goose tongue. It's a simple grass, but bit of a salty taste to it. The natives used to actually gather this and harvest it. And there's just tons of it here. And you just sit here and graze like a grizzly. I'll tell you a good reason why not to camp here for me is because there are bear trails everywhere. This is a massive mound of bear poo. Looks like he's been eating seaweed, lots of it. Good place to come and harvest, but I'm gonna have to keep my eyes open for grizzly and black bear. With all this tall grass, he could be beside me and I wouldn't even know it.
My newly dubbed Bounty Bay is a source of reassurance for continued survival, and I'll be back often to scavenge from it.
Well, I've got my vegetables. It's time to see if I can get some fish.
Now it's time to turn into a beachcomber and scavenge my own beach for supplies.
Well, I was really hoping to get a fish line in the water when the tide was low. So I've been scouring the beach looking for stuff and I've got all kinds of junk here. All right, let's get busy. Well, I need a fishing line and this is all I've got. All I have to do is split it apart. Getting better. But the big thing about doing this is it really keeps your mind occupied. Still, day 2, day 3, day 4, always really rough days. I haven't got anything going yet, and I'm out here completely alone. It can really mess with your mind after a while.
Staying occupied has saved more than one survivor from insanity, and some of these survival skills harken back to our most primitive times.
Quite a few bottles kicking around here. I think what I'd like to try and do is see if I can make a fish hook out of this bottle. It's been a while since I've done this, and it's very tricky to do with glass. But there's a primitive skill called flint knapping. I might be able to get myself a bit of a blade or hook. All right. First thing I'm gonna need is my bandana. And I just want to kind of break away little pieces here, so I don't want to break away too much. And you see these edges here. I can actually thin that edge down using the flint knapping. Yeah, it's actually starting to work. You can just sort of see, not sure if you can see that. I'm getting an edge to it. I want to make it so that the glass has a nice point. And I do that by a little bit of grinding. called pressure flaking. If you can see, there's little shards of glass there. I'm just breaking them off the edge. You see that? I'll try and get in there. There we go. It's hard to show you, but that's one edge done almost to a point. It's very difficult. All I'm using is this crude stone. It's a great skill to know, because if you don't have a knife, if you can learn flint knapping, you can make a knife. Oh! Ha! Oh man, all that effort and I just broke it in two. Ah, that's frustrating. Try this, I suppose. It's just a hunk of plastic. Ah! It's pretty good, but I'm a little worried it might be too big. Can always try. That's the tail left over from that fish with the hook in the middle of it. So I've got the fish out on its hook, the thin line that goes up to the big rope that goes up, and I've got a float that I found lying around here. I just saw a huge school of salmon just go swimming right past me here. Tomorrow I've got to get a net out. That's for sure. Well, as you can see, I got my fire going, and I'm keeping it a lot farther away from the shelter tonight. There's salmon jumping all around, so with any luck at all, something will smell the bait on the end of that hook and go and take it. Oh boy.
The only way I'm actually able to stay warm tonight is that I've been heating up these little rocks and putting them in my clothing around me, and it's warming the small of my back right now. Otherwise I'd be pretty chilled. Shelter is probably going to be a dry one in that it'll keep the rain away, but there's no warmth, and I'm too nervous to have a fire inside. Well, it's morning. Used a rock for a pillow that I heated by the fire. The sun's up on the other side of the bay, and as soon as I get the energy, I'm gonna get up and go check my fish line.
The plastic hook and the bait hasn't caught a single thing, but my beachcombing has turned up numerous old fish nets and floats. There's not an ocean shore anywhere in the world that doesn't have some kind of washed up treasure on it, and this is a major fishing area, so the score is big.
All I have to do now is make use of some of the floats that I found, maybe some wood, anything to get the top edge floating, and then using all of this excess netting and rope and all of these beach scores that I've been able to get through beach combing, and tie rocks to the bottom end to weigh this thing down. Okay, well, the two big floats. Now I've got to scrounge around and see what else I can find and use as a float. And then the tough part will be trying to tie some rocks on the other side as anchors. This one wasn't going to work as a float because there's already holes in it from bear teeth. Some big old bear has been chewing on this thing, so it'll make an anchor instead. That's a bit of a climb just for a drink, but I found a way to bring some of the water back to my camp using the shaft of the paddle. Of course, it means that I have to make sure I don't spill it all the way, but hey, it works. And the more water I can get back to the camp, the less I have to come up this climb, get this fresh water. But look what I found here. Check this out. Fiddleheads.
This is a nice surprise. Not bitter, nice and tender. I'm sure there's probably more fiddleheads up and down this freshwater creek here. I don't know if to call it a creek or a waterfall. The only thing is, every time I come up here to get water, I'm always thoughtful of whether or not I'm being visited back at camp by some kind of bear. Here, here's the view from where I drink. Look at that. All right, that's a lot of bear scat. In fact, there are a lot of sign of bear all over this location. If I were to see a big bear, the old cliche holds true. He's more afraid of me than I am of him. All I have to do is remain calm. In fact, I have seen 3 bear already on this site, and every single one of them took off like a shot. So there's no need to panic, no need to fear bear at all. Really, it's just a matter of be cautious, give them their space, hold your ground, and most likely, they'll just take off.
While I leave the fish net out awaiting high tide, it's time to try and make my shelter just a bit more comfortable. Besides, I'm sick of sleeping on rocks.
Bit of a mat to lay on now, instead of the rocks. There we go. It's like a night at the cottage. Except that I have no food, no friends, and no beer. It's 5 days. More food than usual. But I need some real food.
It's the morning of day 6. Big bank of fog has rolled in. Not a good sign at all for me weather-wise. I'm gonna go check my net because I have an extremely low tide right now. Cross your fingers.
What I hope to find is 1 or 2 fish entangled and ready for the grabbing.
All I need is one fish, just one fish. You know, in this case, I preferred somebody just feeding me with a fish rather than teaching me how to. Nothing.
I'm going to kayak into the middle of the fjord to go fishing, but with the camera still making me dangerously top-heavy and the water still as cold as ever, I need to make something to help stabilize the kayak.
I'm much more secure and stable now, especially because I'm putting a camera mount up high, making the kayak top-heavy. Okay. Self-respecting fish would love to have that for me. There are salmon jumping on either side of me. Nothing taking my bait, though. Oh, well here's my bait. Nice big hunk of fish guts there for you. As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by the multitude of jumping salmon all around my kayak. Hey, some more food. Look at that. Gosh. Whoa. Okay. There. Bull kelp. And I can eat it. That's a nice chunk. Wow. Well, if I don't get any fish, I've got this. Killer. That's the bonus of getting out and about. Now, how in the heck do I strap this in? The seagulls are finishing up the last little bit of that dead fish that I had that I was using as bait. They might as well, because I'm having no luck with it. That was disappointing. This is not salmon. It's not even rockfish. It's kelp. But it is edible. And that's quite a meal. And for now,
is going to have to do. So unless there's something on that little makeshift net over there, it's kelp for dinner. Nope, that doesn't look good. I don't think I see anything on that net. And that is the reality of trying to survive, especially when you're alone. There's only one person to do everything. I was hoping that net would kind of be like a second person for me and just hang out there and catch a fish. It hasn't done anything. Maybe if I was here a lot longer it would, but in 2 days it's done nothing. Well, this is almost all that's left of that dead fish that I found that I've been using as bait. But I did take some of it and I had it soaking in the water. Now, it's been a few days. I really was hoping it wasn't going to come to this. I expected to have some fresh fish, but I just washed this guy off. But I'm going to cook it. The way I'm going to cook it is I'm going to wrap it in that bull kelp, which is actually a traditional way for cooking fish. Oh, I have no idea why I'm doing this. This just does not seem like a good idea. But you know what? It'll be some food in my stomach, which I could use. There we go. I'll leave that to cook for a while. It'll be the last bit of nutrition I'll actually get out here.
Lucky with the weather, not so lucky with the fishing. Anyone who's tried it knows how that can be. All the skill in the world won't make the fish bite.
Oops. Try to keep it on the stick. There we go. So this is my 4-day-old piece of fish, what's left of my fish bait, wrapped in bull kelp and cooked. So in essence, it's kind of like steaming it. Try to get it in my mouth. Okay, it doesn't taste so fresh, but I'm going to eat it. To get food that is a cast-off of other animals is a survival trick worth knowing. You can watch the river otters. They might leave a fish behind. Eagles all the time are dropping fish and leaving behind, or even seagulls. Frustrating to have a fishing line out there and salmon jumping on either side of the boat. I can't. I'll tell you how frustrating that is. Well, I'll tell you, if any grizzly bear comes around now, I smell and stink like fish, old fish. So I'm sure he'll be quite interested. I'll keep my knife handy at the entrance to my shelter tonight for sure. Not that that's going to do a lot against a massive grizzly bear, or a 600-pound black bear for that matter. That's my I didn't catch any fish today blues. Good night.
Well, it's middle of the night.
On this last night, and the weather's come in. It's come in harsh. The wind's whipping in from the side, so I'm curled over into one side of my shelter. Because in all this time, I neglected to really beef up one side of my shelter, and naturally, that's the side that the wind is blowing hard from right now. So, the rain is coming in. I brought my fire inside. Keep it protected and out of the rain. Let's hope I don't burn down the shelter this time. And once it gets daylight enough, it looks like I'll end this week the same way I started it. Paddling in the cold and the wet and the wind.
After my 1 hour of nighttime darkness, the sky lightens again and I return to my kayak to paddle out to safety. Alaska is powerfully beautiful. It's a place on Earth that could present some of the greatest survival challenges, but its abundant landscape offers not only beauty, but also bountiful supplies for survival, if you know what to look for. This time on Survivorman, I'm being sent to where I've always dreamed of going. Stories of these dark, wet jungles, misty valleys, and snaking rivers have haunted my imagination. I'm heading deep into the Amazon jungle. The Amazon begins on the eastern flanks of the Ecuadorian Andes and stretches to the east, unbroken for 3,000 miles. There are no roads through this dense jungle, so I'm taken in by light plane. Down into the sea of green, the search is for the small grass airstrip where my challenge will start. From here, I'll be taken in and dropped off alone into the jungle to survive. The Amazon jungle is an intense place. You've got no business coming here if you're claustrophobic. There are more dangers in the darkness than just snakes, and as I head upriver by dugout canoe, the mysteries and unknowns of the Amazon jungle begin to present themselves.
There are 70 confirmed uncontacted tribes in the Amazon basin, and all of them are considered hostile. Anyone who's ever attempted to go in has never made it out alive, and I'm on the edge of the territory of one of those tribes. My Waorani guides are taking me further upriver from their tiny jungle village. The camera crew may be with me now, but once we're deep enough into the jungle, they'll leave me on the side of this river, completely alone. For the next 7 days, I'll have to survive in this jungle, make my way back to the village, and film it all myself.
After a long day of poling upriver, a small sandbar is chosen.
This is it.
This body painting is their cultural way of wishing me good luck. Now that the send-off painting is done, it's time for them to leave me alone.
See you in 7 days.
Somehow, before nightfall, I'll need to go up from the river and into the dark, wet jungle to build a shelter. Almost immediately into my jungle shelter exploration, I have run across one of the tiny yet potent dangers of this jungle, what the Waorani natives call the manyi.
I'm wondering if maybe there's a nest close by. Now, they only nest in numbers of 60 to 100, but that's plenty. 5 or 6 stings from a manyi ant will put a full-grown man to the ground. You know what? I was gonna club him. There's no point. He'll probably laugh it off. I gotta go get the machete. He's still around. Try chopping them in half. That sort of stops them. I've chopped him in half and he's still trying hard to bite me. I've got his bum over on a leaf there, and it inflicts one of the most painful stings in the jungle. It's been described as taking a pair of red-hot pliers, jamming them into your skin, squeezing hard, twisting, and holding for 5 hours. And I took one step into the jungle and there he was. This apparently is one of my gravest dangers to watch out for.
Night falls fast in the jungle. One moment it's light, and in the blink of an eye it's pitch black dark. So I'll have little time to build a shelter. The Waorani natives left me with a dugout canoe for safety, and tonight it'll have to do. If If I can make a cover of bent branches, it would shed any rain, but everything I've tried so far just snaps in my hands.
That's not working out so well.
Completely exposed, lying in a dugout canoe in the middle of the Amazon jungle is not a good way to start the week.
Here we go again.
Any rain upstream will make the river rise dramatically, as much as 10 or more feet in just a few hours. So I'll have to remain vigilant in my watch of the water level, or my canoe could easily be swamped in the middle of the night. But something tells me I won't have much trouble staying awake tonight.
It's not dark yet, but it's getting there. And I'm in the middle of the Amazon jungle. My concerns tonight are going to be the rising of the river, if there's rains further upstream, and also jaguar. There's 4 big cats out here. The ocelot and the margay cat aren't any concern of mine. There's also the puma, also known as the cougar or mountain lion, and the jaguar. I'll feel better sleeping in the canoe on the water, but without a fire. It's got me pretty nervous. I'm in the middle of the jungle.
Well, here we go. Night number 1 in the jungle.
Well, this was my night. I felt very exposed all night long. At least I wasn't too cold. I'm not sure what was worse, the moths trying to land on me. All night long, moths were trying to land on my face. Or something I forgot to mention, vampire bats. There are bats here that they land on you at night and you can't even feel them. Their teeth are so sharp and their saliva numbs you so that they can suck your blood, and people get bitten in the nose and on the toes and places like that. And they were checking me out last night. So I gotta set myself up today and try and be less exposed.
Keeping high-tech equipment like video cameras running in this heat and humidity is becoming quite a challenge. One camera is already shut down due to the condensation. Some of these palm trees and plants are hard enough to use as an axe themselves. Others are quite soft, and the machete makes short work of gathering the supplies I need to make a good shelter. It's time to get busy.
I'm told that there are some caterpillars that if they're smooth, probably like this one, that I might be able to eat them. But I'm also told that there are caterpillars here that can pretty much kill you if you touch them once. I don't think I'm going to take the chance.
I can use the same knowledge here that comes from thousands of miles away to split these branches. It's the method used in North America by the Ojibwe to split spruce roots.
The edges of these are razor sharp, so you've got to be really careful when you split them.
I'm just gonna put all of these palm leaves on here, just like shingles.
All right. This is home.
A shelter will help keep the rain off, but it's the humidity that threatens to shut down my cameras. Survival training tells me it's time to assess my situation and take an inventory of my supplies.
So, let's go through what I've got. A blowgun. Let's just see what kind of luck I have with it. They gave me an actual spear. But the real reason they gave this to me was to protect myself from the Minion, the jaguar. I've got simply a little bit of damp tissue paper, about 3 feet of tangled up fishing line, can of pop, and I like to go into the stores and grab those last minute survival items, you know, it just says general survival aisle, and just to test them out. So I grabbed some stuff that is some kind of, they call it fire dust. We'll see what that's like. To go with it, I've got, for 7 days in the jungle, where it pours rain almost every single day, nonstop, 1 match. Which means if I do get a fire going, I've got to keep it going. Lastly, of course, a trusty multi-tool and my harmonica, which goes with me everywhere. It's midway through day 2, in the middle of the Ecuadorian Amazon jungle.
Far up the Amazon River tributary, I've got my jungle shelter built of cane and palm leaves. It may help to keep off the rain, but sleeping on the ground is a last option out here. There are more poisonous creatures than I can count or mention, but a short list is scorpions, stinging ants, and snakes, including palm vipers, bushmasters, and the deadly fer-de-lance. So I've got a tough judgment call to make: getting a fire going or getting myself off the ground for the night.
Well, looks like I made the right decision as far as platform versus trying to get a fire going. Here comes the rain again.
Another night in the jungle. I'm probably about 80 feet or so from the edge of the river. It's good that I didn't have to go too far to find a flat area to make the shelter. I don't have to worry about vampire bats tonight, but I do have to... What the heck? Oh, just a big cockroach. He's okay. But I do have to worry about spiders. Very much so snakes, scorpions, biting, stinging ants, and possible horde of army ants. So this platform, well, that's no guarantee, but at least it's going to help. Of course, it kind of has me laid out on a platter for any jaguar that might come by. I'll sleep with my boots on tonight.
Oh, great. The bats are coming under the shelter. Middle of the night, and it's raining again. Just pouring down. Morning of day 3 in the Amazon jungle. 60 plus hours without food. But the biggest problem is the ceaseless rain.
Guess that's why they call this the rainforest.
The condensation is wreaking havoc on my cameras, and they are shutting down constantly.
There's an abandoned Waorani hut halfway between me and the village. I don't know what's there. There's probably no supplies, but even if there's just a little bit of leftover dry firewood, that would be helpful.
One by one, my cameras are succumbing to the humidity.
I think I'm gonna make an executive decision and maybe move on. See if I can make it down to that, the abandoned hut. It'll be bigger, give me more room, chance to dry out the cameras. I'm down to 1 camera now. The other 3 are useless now from condensation. So if I stay out here much longer, I don't even have a film to make. What's the point of that?
Day 3, and I've decided to move downriver, essentially on my way back to the village, but for now, to simply find the abandoned hut I was told about. Drying out there may be the only answer to saving my cameras and making it possible to even shoot this film. Knowing I'll need the energy boost, it's time to drink down the 1 can of pop and give myself the sugar rush needed for the journey.
That should be it.
I'm told the caiman, a creature a lot like the crocodile, is not much to worry about. Instead, they said, fear the giant river otters, extremely aggressive and territorial, and weighing up to 100 pounds. While maneuvering this big hunk of mahogany downstream, it takes all my concentration to remember to look up and watch out for the deadly poisonous snakes in the overhanging trees. With miles of river to travel, I've got to pay close attention to the twists and bends of the river bank. I could easily blink and miss the trail to the abandoned hut, or worse, go too far and miss the village altogether. After that, the river winds deeper into the jungle and hostile native territory, where few people have come out alive.
Oh. Wow, whole column of bats. This looks like the spot.
Climbing up steep riverbanks is one of the most dangerous maneuvers you can do in the jungle. You're face to face with prime snake habitat. The hut is somewhere a few hundred yards off the river, and paying attention to where I am walking is critical. Getting completely lost in the jungle could be a death sentence.
Here we are. Look at all these guys, they're everywhere. Apart from the hordes of army ants, it's certainly big enough. Heard of snakes on the plane? This is ants on the camera. Today I'm starting to feel the energy loss of having not eaten now for 3 days. So I guess the deal now is I'll try to get my camera gear organized, see if I can dry that out, and see if I can get a fire going. This is where I'm going to take my wood from, just some of the posts and poles that are holding up this rickety old shelter. I'm keeping my boots off to try and protect from foot fungus. Having them wet all day in this heat is not a good thing. Got to dry them out whenever you can. That's my magic fire song. Well, I'm gonna give this a shot.
The survival shelves in stores are full of fire-starting gimmicks. Some work, some don't. Most of the tinders will have a chemical or two that should take a flame quick and keep it going just like a candle. Okay, the other thing I'm gonna do is I took some of that damp tissue paper that I had, and just in case this dust fails on me, if it seems like it'll be easy with a match, it's not. Remember, I have only this one, and it, along with everything else, is damp. There's little to no dry tinder available to take this flame and hold it for a fire. I almost lose it here, which would spell disaster for my week. Okay, so far so good with this dust. Woo! Ooh, there's big bugs here that are crawling away from this fire, and that's what I like to see. We have fire, folks. I'm gonna sleep well tonight, I hope. Mind you, I'm still on the ground. That's a problem. Heat'll probably bring the scorpions around. Well, that's the end of a good day. That was a good judgment call to come downstream and to opt for a better shelter over top of going for some food, trying to catch fish. I'm glad I'm here now. I can spread out and try to dry out a bit. This fire is fantastic. It doesn't guarantee any problem going away, like jaguar, but it sure helps. It should keep the bats down. I'm sharing this hut with bats and a horde of ants and a lot of spiders. But tomorrow I better build... Oh, smoke's going in my lungs here. Tomorrow I better build a platform and get up off the ground, because I'm sure there's still a lot of scorpions and snakes around. Okay. It was good to get here.
punky wood keeps going all night. It's great. If I keep the ashes up over top of it, it'll actually last longer. Got this hut. Now it's time to get some food.
All right, I've walked this far upstream because there's a feeder stream just over there that's hopefully dropping food into the water for fish in this area. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the backwash areas and I'm going to be shoving my hand in underneath and into the holes trying to catch the catfish that might be in there. Now, the dangers are many. First of all, there's getting the wrong kind of catfish, the spiny catfish. If I grab one of those by accident, extremely painful. Secondly, the electric eel. They like to live in the same place that catfish do, so that can be very painful. And lastly is the freshwater stingray. The Waorani fear it equally to any snake in the jungle. Its sting is so painful and powerful, and it instantly infects. Fortunately, they like to stay where the water is calm, and they're all through this river, but that's why I'm coming here to where the water is moving quite a bit. At least minimize the risk as much as possible. You know, in truth, I've never done this before. Fish for catfish like this. It just shows you it's one of those things where you can't just figure in a survival situation you can just do it. Oh yeah, I'll just go and I'll catch some catfish. Some of these things take practice and take time. Books can be very misleading when they suggest certain survival tactics. Ouch. This is what I like to do, shove my hand and my arm way deep inside a muddy, murky hole in an overhang in an Amazon jungle river. This is just what I like to do. That was spooky. I don't know if I want to keep doing this. Can't do it the traditional way, I'll do it my way. There we go. Got you up here, got you down there.
Time to rip apart that pop can and see what I can make.
Why do these guys like my shirt so much? I've got some friends. Today's show is brought to you by the number 3. Now I need some bait.
Surviving for days in the jungle without removing my boots is beginning to take its toll on my feet. Infection has begun.
Okay, that's the infected toe. There are some little frogs here, but you leave frogs alone in the Amazon jungle. There are frogs here that touch them once, touch your mouth, and you can die. They are highly, highly toxic. So I'm just staying away from any and all frogs, no matter what size, just to be sure. I can bet that this guy's going down. Oh good, I chopped him in half. That is now the 5th munyi ant that I've come across. And I mean, that's the decapitated version. He has no head, and as I touched him with the stick, you can see that it's still trying to sting, even though it's been decapitated. Just like its head keeps trying to bite, even though it has no body left. These guys are mean. There we go. Hate to do it because it is a butterfly, but I gotta eat. There we go.
area's, I can't get to it. It's just too deep, too strong. You try further downstream. Adventure racing is one of my passions, but a recent race has left me with a bad hip injury, and the jungle dampness is really affecting it, making survival harder than it should be. But you can't choose your times of peril. You can see how being sick or having an injury can really take its toll on trying to survive. I've got enough daylight left, but it's gonna hurt going upstream. Just little guys, minnows. Okay, I'm at that spot where I tried fishing by hand where the freshwater stream comes in. I only have enough energy to try here for a bit and then I'll call it a day. I've been fishing for almost 5 hours. I've tried hand fishing and now with a hook, and nothing's working. That's disappointing. I was actually really hoping to catch something with this little pop can hook. I've given it a good shot. It's just not as easy as I had hoped. Yet another day without food. I'm going back to dry my clothes. It's been 4 days with nothing to eat, but at the very least, I can keep my fire going and get myself up off the ground tonight. The platform in this hut is infested with ants and spiders, but the wood itself, in spite of the many leaks, has a few dry spots, which will provide me with some much-needed firewood. You know, until now, I've just been drinking water fresh from the river. And trust me, I've been paying for it. And then it occurred to me that I can do something else with this pop can. There we go. I now, thankfully, have something to boil water in. Oh, wow. Nicely boiled water. Oh my God, that makes you feel human again. Great way to kill fungus is to smoke your feet using this punky wood. This is all fogging up again. Wow. If the fish aren't going to come to me, I'm going to go to them. Remember that mosquito screen? Well, as luck would have it, in this part of the Amazon jungle, or at least this area of this river, there's no mosquitoes. But that means I don't really need this net for mosquitoes now, do I? So, I don't know about you, but for me, that looks like the perfect fish trap. There you go. You got a little grip handle here. I got myself a fishing net. These are my friends. I know they're my friends because they're with me through thick and thin every day. All day. Unfortunately, going to the fish means heading into the thickest part of the jungle. This was a spot I wanted to try fishing, but apparently the area is blocked by a zillion spiders. Ooh, there they all go. And I gotta cut my way through them. Yeah! The rains stop, then they continue, then they stop, and then they continue again. Survival in a rainforest. There we go. a little freshwater shrimp. And you know what? Hey, if I can get a few handfuls of these guys, why not? Ooh, that tasted good. That tasted really good. I'm gonna get some more. Shrimp number 2. My last one kind of bit my tongue when it went in. I didn't think they could do that, but the last one did. So you were getting chewed right away. Yes, you. That's great. Wow, that's really good. Can't believe I'm that happy for such a tiny little meal. Oh yeah, this is my lucky day. Check this out. This guy here, some jungle fruit. And if I could remember the name of it, I would tell you, but I can't. So the narrator will do that for you.
It's a cocona fruit, also known as daboka.
Oh yes, and it's perfectly ripe. It's actually a member of the tomato family, and it is going to go down so good. Now this is a little bit tricky to get to because the palm vipers like to curl up in these little spots here. Some more delectable jungle fruit. Okay, this is going to be so amazing. I mean, their shrimp are nice, but this is going to be a flavor explosion. Oh yeah. This is out of this world.
The daboka fruit tastes like a cross between a lemon and a tomato.
Oh, oh. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Oh, I'll tell you, that fruit was a fantastic boost to my energy. The tomato fruit and the liquid and those shrimp, just right to the bloodstream, you know. I've got the shirt dry and now I'm drying my pants over the fire. But the worst thing right now is the fact that I'm dealing with some pretty bad foot fungus. It's right across the 5 toes on my right foot. And I don't know, I'll have to see how that goes. If I end up getting real bad tomorrow with it, it's not worth losing any toes over, that's for sure. So I might have to call it if that's the case. 'Cause right now I got the feet fungus blues. While I wait for the morning shower to subside, I hope, I figured out how to get into this fruit. All you have to do is carve away the top, and it's just like a green coconut. Just open that up a little bit, and inside of that little hole is liquid, fresh, rejuvenating breakfast liquid. You've got to come check this out. Going to go out into the jungle a bit here, and in the last 5 minutes, thanks to the rain, the river has risen about 3 feet. It's a good thing that I'm terraced up there in the abandoned hut, because if I was down by the water, I wouldn't be. Wow, this really is a fast flash flood. So I'm just gonna really hope that my canoe stays tied on. It looks to me like the river's still coming up and fast. So while I have the chance, I'm gonna wade upstream against the current and just retie that canoe up a little higher.
tied up the canoe about another 4 or 5 feet higher, and the water's still rising, so hopefully that'll hold. That was fun. Ah! Ah! Gee! Ah! Ah! Jeez. It shows you. I left my shirt lying on the ground. I just went to put it on. Something must have been in it. Oh, it stung me in the back really good. Ow. I don't know if it was a wasp or an ant. Oh man. What's that sting? Whew. I suppose what I should mention that in reality, as I get stung out here, the best thing to do is not to swat them, because you can shove the stinger down deeper into your skin. Of course, that's pretty hard not to do when they're on your back and they're stinging away. But the best thing to do is to flick them away. That way you avoid possibly them even biting or stinging you, and you avoid shoving their pinchers or their stinger down into your skin. Let's go hunting.
Finally, a chance to put my traditional blowgun to the test.
The dart just goes in the end, like this. And you spin it as you get close, and it's ready to go. Oh, baby! Yeah, let me see if that got on camera. Oh, it did. That's only about, oh, that's barely an inch away from what I was actually trying for. So that's how well it works.
I think this spot will do just fine. The Amazon jungle is the most biodiverse place on the planet. More variety of species here than anywhere else. The jungle that, although dangerous, still is intensely beautiful. You know, many of the shots after game in the tree, whether it be monkey or birds or whatever, are taken almost completely straight up. And you have to be very careful that you don't look up to watch the dart coming back down. You can't see it. And many of the Waodani natives have lost an eye to the dart coming down. In fact, one man actually lost both his eyes because he did it again on another occasion.
This involves hours of waiting. I can't head out on a long hunt looking for monkey, so I'm hoping to hit a passing bird. There are many, but none will land close enough for me to even get a shot away. I haven't eaten more than a few shrimp and a couple of pieces of fruit all week. On top of that, my feet are deteriorating quickly from foot fungus. And in the jungle, if you can't walk, you can't survive.
I was told that there was an old trail leading from my abandoned hut to the Waodani village, and it's here, and I found it. So that's good. I'm going to walk it and see if I can find some termite nests. If I can smoke the termite nests, I can put my feet over top of that smoke, and it'll help to cure the foot fungus that I'm dealing with.
There we go. That's what I'm looking for.
There we go. Wow, look at them all. The good thing about termites, they don't bite. Not these ones anyway. So I'm gonna take that home. See if I can help my feet out a bit. Man, a week solid of being muddy and wet. Oh, yuck. Let's do this. The smoke from this termite nest is said to ward off jaguars,
said to help keep away the bugs and help to cure foot fungus. And in addition, you can use it like a fire carrier because it'll take that and hold that ember for a good long time. As I practiced this traditional medicine on myself, one said to ward off jaguar. I couldn't have known that moving in on me was a danger far greater than the foot fungus. A quick trip out of the hut just a few yards to relieve myself before calling it a night revealed the reason for the fear I have had all week. These next few moments are frantic, but real, and possibly the most danger I have ever been in a survival situation.
I should say I wasn't really expecting to do this. Have to do this. All I did was go out for a pee, and not very far from my hut was a jaguar. I watched him for a while. He watched me. I yelled. I used my whistle, and unfortunately he didn't even flinch. So it's getting dark really fast. I know this probably seems a little contrived, but trust me, it ain't. I brought my spear with me and my pack. That's all I could really grab. I left all the camera gear there. I just threw my pack on it. And I figure, well, maybe a spear is better than a machete. Oh. I can't see a single thing. I just got the screen flipped around so I can see where I'm going a bit. What bothers me about it is that it didn't run away when I tried to scare it. I mean, I spent a lot of time in black bear and wolf territory. Wouldn't even worry a bit. And but if a bear doesn't scare easily, then you have to be concerned. I've done my time in grizzly territory, but there's just something about a big cat who's interested in you that makes me nervous. I think I left him behind in the jungle. I can hear people.
After far too many hours, I have finally made it to the fenced-in village, fenced in to protect from jaguar. When they hear of my run from the jungle, the Waorani immediately begin to regale me with stories of jaguar attacks. The elders are looking after my progressively worsening foot fungus with ancient traditional medicines that will clear it up in a day or two.
Once I got into camp, my Waorani guides told me that it's absolutely certain that the jaguar would have followed me all the way into camp on the trail. And not only that, but there were some women that were also out on another trail coming in, and they had a jaguar following them. They didn't have a flashlight, and they made double time to get here in here as quickly as possible. And right now, we've got a jaguar just on the other side of this reed wall, and he's pacing the village. And we can hear him. One of the crew member woke up and said, listen, you could hear a low moan. Glad I came in.
Stretching from South Africa north through Botswana, Namibia, and all the way to the Congo is a parched expanse of savanna and sand known as the Kalahari Desert. The rolling red sand dunes seem to go on forever, broken only here and there by flat, sun-baked pans. Very few people dare to live here. Existence is harsh. Running out of gas can be a fatal disaster in the desert. I've got an old 4x4 with not much in the tank. When it runs out, I'll have to survive alone, amongst the cobras and the scorpions. But they are not my greatest foe.
It's blisteringly dry. Not surprising for a desert. And sandstorms are not only common, they're deadly. But it's the heat that's the killer. 2 days ago here, it hit 42 degrees Celsius. That's 107 degrees Fahrenheit. And the temperature of the sand can reach an amazing 75 degrees Celsius. That's 167 degrees Fahrenheit. That's hot.
But the heat doesn't deter the legendary Kalahari lion from surviving here. This is not a place where I can let my guard down.
See, here we go.
Once my gas runs out, the clock starts to tick on my week of survival.
That's it. That's the end of the diesel. Oh, man.
Now, the safety crew heads off and leaves me alone to film the ordeal myself.
One week. Alone in the Kalahari Desert.
I can tell you this much. This is not the time to panic. Broken down in the middle of a scorching hot desert. This bucket of bolts here is going to be a deadly heat trap. So all I'm going to do now is get over to some trees and wait out the heat of the day.
For centuries, the Bushmen of the Kalahari have survived by sitting still during the heat of the day. And it isn't taking long for me to figure out why. The heat is oppressive.
As the sun's fading, I'm gonna go back to the truck and sleep in it tonight. There's no point in me sleeping on the ground here. This place is crawling with scorpions. Check out all the holes.
Big scorpion hole. Scorpion hole. Scorpion hole. Scorpion hole. Scorpion hole. Scorpion hole.
And this one is massive. See, the thing is, the scorpion is as wide as its hole.
That's incredible. When the sun goes down in the desert, it's instant relief. That sun is relentless. For me, I have to think about my priorities now. The first priority is just to get through this night in the back of a pickup truck. It's still quite warm. My challenges this week, well, they're pretty obvious. The heat and the thirst brought about by that heat. And tomorrow morning I'll get up real early, see what I've got, take stock of my supplies and what I can make use of.
Well, this is where I ended up spending the night, in the cab of the truck. The sun is just about to come up. And as you can hear, my head's all clogged up. Some kind of sinus congestion, so you can't pick the times that you're going to fall into peril. And I came out here knowing I had this head cold anyway, but just got to deal with it.
So what I'm going to do now is check and see what came with this truck, what I have that I can survive with.
You would think it would be a simple matter to rip apart a vehicle, but in fact, with only a multi-tool at my disposal, it can be pretty tough. Most of the nuts and bolts are too big anyway, or they're rusted on. But as is typical with a work truck, it's full of useful junk.
Couple of buckets.
Yeah. Wow, I've got groceries.
Oh, good. Some instant coffee. No coffee pot, not much water. Sure. Empty can of pop. Another empty can of pop. That'll be a tease. Some empty cups. A sugar container from a restaurant. Now, why would anybody have one of those? I don't really know. We'll see. But for real, jar of peanut butter and a can of jam. Never had so much luxury. There was no option. I had to come out here with water. Otherwise, if I'd been here in the Kalahari Desert in the middle of summer, without water, I would have perished inside of 2 or 3 days, guaranteed. You need at least a gallon of water per person per day to
to survive in this kind of heat. So I've got 20 liters of water here. That's basically about 4 days' supply.
When I survived one time in the Arctic, the locals there gave me some raw seal meat to take in with me. And here, the locals have also given me something to bring in to eat. Partway through the week, an ostrich egg. So I'm gonna hold on to this, see how much luck I have on my own first, and crack this when the need arises.
Down there is where the illusion of a mirage happens. It's just a big, wide, flat pan. There's not an ounce of water down there. But the sun plays tricks on your eyes and it looks like it could be a lake.
It should come as no surprise that exposure to the sun is deadly, and I need to find protection from it. Here, that means nothing more than a few small shade trees, each at least a half a mile apart.
It's barely 10 o'clock and it's 35 degrees Celsius in the shade. So there's a real reason why the Bushmen of the Kalahari don't move much in the middle of the day. I can't get over how intensely hot it is. One thing I should definitely not do is take any of my clothing off. You in fact preserve more of your moisture by keeping fully clothed. You don't wick away perspiration off your body as quickly that way. So it might feel a little cooler to take a shirt off. I mean, aside from the obvious huge risk of sunburn, if you keep your shirt on, it helps to actually keep more moisture in your body. And it feels like I'm in a slow cooker.
On the second day of my ordeal in the Kalahari Desert, survival comes down to hiding from the sun and paying attention to the small details before they become big problems.
It's really important that whenever possible, you dump the sand out of your shoes and never, ever walk in bare feet. You'll end up with alkali burns on your feet. Your thirst is not enough to determine whether or not you need to drink water. If all you do is satisfy your thirst, you can still bring yourself down to dehydration. If you ration your water down to 2 quarts a day when you know you have more, you could be inviting disaster. It's almost controversial. Some people say, don't ration your water, drink it, drink what you need, drink the gallon or so a day. Other people who get out there also say, though, yeah, but you know, after a few days, you run out of water. It would be nice to at least be sipping some water than to have guzzled it all down early on.
In this heat, I move slowly while I work on some of the supplies I pulled from the truck.
The rope that was on the back of the truck, it's just too big for anything I might have a need for right now. So I'll see if I can make it smaller. So now that I've got this separated into 3 ropes, I can take it down even more into smaller rope and then down even into string.
Protection in a survival situation is vital from the elements and from dangerous critters. It's not paranoia for me to fashion together a spear to protect me from the deadly Cape Cobra. They can be aggressive and move fast when they want to.
So hopefully this will work if I need it to. If a snake comes along, like this, and I've got this on the end of a pole, I can trap it, hold the head down. It becomes a bit of a protection device, but it's also going to be used for hunting.
Even in one of the hottest places on the planet, fire is still important for my survival.
If I am able to get a fire going, I'm going to need to be able to travel with it. I'm just working on a fire bundle. Comb through this brittle, prickly, dry grass to get the dead stuff. Leave the green stuff behind. I grabbed some vinyl from the truck to use to wrap around it. And there's some dung around. I don't know what kind of dung it is, but it's an ungulate, so it's a grass eater, and it'll probably work pretty well. It'll hold it in there tight. And you do want it to be very tight because you don't want it to burn. You just want it to smolder.
for as long as you have to travel. Well, in the fading sunlight, now that it's taken its toll on me for the day and it's losing some of its strength, I'm gonna see if I can't get something else from this truck that I can make use of. I've got a piece of the fuel line. With any luck, there'll still be some fuel in this line, because even though your engine runs out of gas, there's often just little tiny drips of residual fuel. And the line is where they might settle. So if I want to be able to start a fire and I need some gas, this might be all I have. I'm going to put it right into this guy here. Yep. And I can do one better. Oh yeah, stealing oil from the oil filter. That should keep this thing smoldering really nicely. So I've got my fire bundle, and it's been impregnated with gas and oil, and all I have to do is get a spark into it and get it burning on the top tomorrow. And with any luck, I'll be able to travel with fire for when I get out of here. I can see by looking in the viewfinder of the camera that my face is getting awfully red. Oof. Gonna be a piece of toast by the end of this week. This is a major score. These beans, I already know from research to be edible. Little, as they call them, pups. We call them seeds.
The tree is known locally as the camelthorn tree.
This is great news.
Heat stroke and heat exhaustion can kill you. It's not just a matter of overheating, it's a deadly process of your body not being able to cope, and eventually, or sometimes in short order, it shuts down.
I feel like I'm overheating. Like I might have heat exhaustion. I'm feeling pretty nauseous. And I feel like I can't cool down. My body's just radiating so much heat. I sacrificed a bit of water to put on my bandana and to get around my carotid arteries. Because that's what you want to do. You want to cool your blood down. Oh. I'm gonna have to keep a real close watch on this if it gets worse. Then I'll have to call this off. I stopped taking the temperature out there today when it hit 60 degrees Celsius in the sun.
It's the second night in the Kalahari Desert, and the most dangerous night I have ever faced. For hours I have flirted on the edge of near-fatal heat exhaustion.
Obviously, maybe I pushed it a little too hard today. Even though I sat in the shade for a long time, I mean, it was like being in a worldwide oven.
This is the toughest night of survival I've ever experienced. But I'm rewarded by awakening to a desert protected by clouds that seem to promise rain, and I can feel energy return to me as I prepare for my third day of survival.
This is completely and radically unusual. I don't get days like this during the summer in the desert. And yet I've got what to me looks like a generally overcast, rainy, spitting kind of day. And that's fantastic. It means that I can travel without killing myself in the heat. So I'm going to finish up and get my gear together, get a few more things from the truck, and I have to try and get that fire bundle burning. And and then I hope this holds out. It could last all day, it would suit me fine. It's raining, and it feels great. I should see if I can find a way of capturing this water if it really starts to rain. There. As long as the wind doesn't come up, I've got myself, hopefully, a bit of a rain catch.
It's back to the truck to see what else I can salvage and use for survival.
I can use these for my next trick. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, yeah. All right. Let's get that fire bundle going. And it's starting to rain all at the same time. Woohoo! Almost set the truck on fire, mind you.
The jar of peanut butter wasn't actually full. There was only a few tablespoons in it, and it's not the nicest thing to eat in this heat.
I'm sad to say that I don't think there's going to be any more rain coming in. And I've got to get going, so. However, as small of an amount it might be, it's still better than nothing. Bonus water. Thank you, clouds.
After grabbing the salvaged items from the truck, I'm leaving this area. To make my way closer to the safety camp, I'll need to travel a few hours across the desert. Avoiding the sand as much as possible will help, as it's much easier to walk around the hard-packed ground by the grass, but it means walking through very active Cape Cobra territory. After many hours of walking, I need to stop. I've only spotted a few shade trees here and there, so on this lonely dune, I'll set up camp. As strange as it may seem, I still feel the need for fire, even here in the desert, and the smoldering fire bundle has worked perfectly.
You know what? I guarantee, when this storm comes in over top of me, it's gonna be going like crazy. It's gonna be blowing like mad, so it's all calm. Sun's shining over here, it's black there. I better go batten down the hatches or I'm gonna regret it. Now, this is pretty much my bedroll. And I'll just keep it hidden away to see what happens with this storm. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like my storm's gonna come in. I was hoping for some relief by getting rained on, but it's going all around me, but not coming over top of me.
Well, it's a beautiful full moon, but I've got a bit of a conundrum. First, the wind is blowing hard from the north, and I'm protected where I am. My little fire. Then there's no wind. Now, the wind is blowing really hard from the south, so there's systems that are swirling around. And, of course, with it blowing hard from the south, I've got to watch my fire doesn't take off on me and blow off into the grasslands. Last night, I was almost succumbing to heat exhaustion, and tonight, at 27 degrees Celsius, I'm chilled. I'm cooling down. So if I stay here, well, you know, I'm underneath a big shepherd's tree. Not a good place to be in terms of Cape Cobras. They come through these trees. They like to go up into the trees. They rest up in the trees, and when it's humid like this, they'll be active. So I think this is going to be one of those prop up the backpack and sleep sitting up nights.
I've survived through heat exhaustion, felt the relief of a desert rain, been chilled by last night's cooling winds, and it's only been 3 days out of 7 surviving in the Kalahari Desert.
So this is where I ended up spending my night. I had to come over here in the middle of the night, be protected from the winds. So now I've just got to regroup, figure out my priorities. I've got to get some food, so I want to get out hunting. Here, let me show you this weaver bird nest that the cobras like to live in.
So it's not the safest location, but it's the only shade for miles.
Just cracking this can of jam. It's day 4 now. Peanut butter's long gone, and I could use some food. Oh, wow. Pure sugar. I almost can't eat that. Oh. Unfortunately, that sugar is going to make me want more water. Okay, all of this junk here I scrounged from the truck, and I can use this stuff to make some traps.
With these little containers to use, I have in mind one particular type of prey.
See, it's really a simple matter of just creating a big hole for the scorpion to drop down into. You want it to be straight down as possible. I think time to put this peanut butter jar to use. You just sort of make it so that when he comes out the hole, he just drops right into the jar.
The hoses from the truck will work as excellent traps, a natural place for critters to hide in. Inside, I'm putting the jam that I found to be so ridiculously sweet that it almost made me sick. It'll be better utilized as bait. Setting traps or snares has nothing to do with guaranteeing me food, but it keeps my mind occupied, keeps my frustrations at bay, and gives me hope for a better situation.
It's all about bettering the odds.
As the temperature climbs once again, it's time to hide in the shade and work on my spear. So many survival tools are made much easier with some knowledge of a simple knot system.
So the string went up, like around, string went up, then I looped it back and pulled it, then I went around it some more, and here's the end. Put the end through the loop. Okay, so that's just loose through the loop, but the end of the loop comes out here. So this, you see, it'll pull and it will tighten that and pull it down through, and that effectively locks off all of this banding here. Let's go hunting. There's a critter up in this nest. It gives me a chance to try out my new spear. I'm gonna be careful because these old weaver bird nests are absolute perfect homes for the Cape Cobra. Big old locust. Ooh, he's a big one. Dinner. You do have to be worried about what bugs you eat. If they're brightly colored, and this guy's not, or if they smell really bad, this guy smells fine. Those are some things to watch out for. It likely means that they're toxic. This one I think is going to be just fine. I hear him sizzling. It's kind of popping like popcorn. There we go. Now, here's the edible part. Bottoms up, eh? It's always surprisingly good tasting. Feels like it's going to be gross. And you get in there and it's like, oh, that's pretty good. The locust, or big grasshopper, whatever it is, tasted great. But the sad part of this night is, it's the end of my water.
Finishing my water changes everything. There is no greater struggle than staying hydrated in a survival situation in one of the hottest places in the world. Every desert is a place of wild temperature swings, and here is no exception. It has hit 65 degrees Celsius, 149 Fahrenheit, on the surface of the sand. The temperatures in a few days have gone from a high of 42 Celsius, 107 Fahrenheit in the shade to 7 degrees Celsius, 44 degrees Fahrenheit in the middle of the night.
You know, I spent the beginning of this week absolutely dreading the rising of the sun, trying to get as much done as I could before it came above the horizon. And now, this morning, I find myself just praying for it to get above that horizon so I can warm up. I've been up all night just trying to stay warm by the fire.
There are a few ways to find or even make water in the desert. And if there was ever a time for me to pull out all the stops and rehydrate, it's now.
The bushmen would come and cut into these roots and take the pulp and squeeze the water into their mouth. And it feels juicy, feels wet. Oh yeah, look, you see the moisture? Oh yeah, lots of juice. Like I just got a mouthful of juice from that little bit. Cover you over. Now I'm just gonna keep coming back to this and taking chunks and sucking on the juice as much as possible.
Pretty powerful full moon, and I'm gonna use it.
The weaver bird nest by my shade tree is dried up and dead, but not far away there is a fully active nest, and it presents a good opportunity for me to hunt some food. The birds might be small, but they nest in numbers. Thanks to the locust, I know the spear can work. Whether or not I can use it effectively is another story.
Shoot. Well, they're here. I just blew it.
All right, this is nuts. I didn't sign on for this. I'm up because I'm freezing. It's the middle of the night and it's quite cold. If I wasn't using all of the containers I have to try and catch scorpions, and if I had any water, I'd be using the water in the container to boil me up something to get me warm. Maybe make some of that coffee. Oh, this is nuts. This wasn't what I was expecting.
It's been more than 12 hours without water and 5 days with only a few dry beans and a locust in my stomach.
I should have had some of those weaver birds last night. They're fast though. Fast and small. Sun feels good this morning. Takes some chill out of my bones. Probably won't say that in about 3 hours. Okay. Hey! Baby! I got one. Let me show you. Got a second one. Yeah! And a third one. So that's 3 scorpions out of 4 traps. Very cool. 1, 2, 3. And they've been there all night. They're not going anywhere. Let me, there's a trap just down here. I'm gonna check it. I got another scorpion. All right, now comes the job of getting the scorpions out of these cups.
I've got to cut off the stingers, which is where all of the poison is held. Humans can ingest poison from snakes and scorpions because it's simply a protein, but not if you have an ulcer or a stomach injury. For me, just the thought of the stinger getting stuck in my throat is enough.
Wow, he pinches hard. Ooh, this one's lively. There we go. My scorpion kebab.
Sun's getting hot today. It's coming over top, but I'll be shaded here in just a moment. So let's put these guys on the grill, shall we? There we go. In spite of my frustration with not catching a weaver bird last night, half a dozen or maybe 10 of these scorpions probably might be very close to the same amount of nutrition as one of those tiny little birds anyway. Yeah! Breakfast. Time to munch on some scorpions. A little gritty. You have to kind of do this quick and not think about it. The more you think about it, the more you won't do it.
So, the ostrich egg, finally. Day 5. I'm gonna cook it up. All right, hole in the top of the egg. And take a stick, break the membrane, and I'm just gonna mush it up a bit inside.
Oh, whoa. That looked like one massive egg. That is so cool.
See how she tastes.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That is amazing. Oh my gosh.
This kind of rich food on a stomach with no liquid in it is dangerous.
As of today, this is by far the best egg I've ever eaten.
Not long after eating the egg, I'm feeling painful stomach acid from eating only the ostrich egg and having very little liquid going into my body. So I'm grabbing some of the charcoal from the fire to eat. It counteracts the acid and will calm my stomach.
While I was resting in the shade and eating the ostrich egg, my fire died on me.
I found a tiny piece of chocolate in a wrapper in one of my pockets,
Okay,
and I can put it to good use.
here it is.
Just a little bit of chocolate.
And apparently I can take the chocolate, polish up with the wax that's in the chocolate, polish up the bottom of this can. The idea is the concave nature of the bottom of the can should focus a beam of sunlight into the tinder and start it up just like you would use a magnifying glass. It's hard to do. There's light there, and it's just coming back onto the grass right there.
I'll leave the can and the tinder bundle in the sun to hopefully do its thing. While I wait, I'll see if I can make water by trapping leaves in one of the plastic bags from the truck. And I'm not going to stop there, because I also know a safe way to utilize my own urine to make water.
Time to do the deed. The last bit of pee I can muster up.
Urine is approximately 92% water, but the rest is harmful toxins that, if ingested, would overtoxify my blood and kill me. So if I could distill some pure water out of my urine, I might just get a small drink.
All right, this is a urine still. Basically, all I did was create a depression to put the cup, and then I peed around that depression. Then I put the cup in, covered over with this plastic, and as the urine evaporates, the distilled water will collect on the top of the plastic and drip down into the cup. At least that's the hope.
It's day 6, and I've built 2 stills to hopefully collect water. And with my fire out, my only chance to get it back rests with the pop can, the intense sun, and some tinder.
It's working. It's working, it's working, it's working. Amazing, absolutely amazing. I really didn't think I had a hope in anywhere of getting a fire going with a piece of chocolate, some sand, and the bottom of a pop can. I'm not gonna freeze tonight.
Well, sorry, I was really hoping to take you to the weaver bird nest tonight and give it another shot at catching some weaver birds. But after only 24 hours without water in this dry heat, just sucking on the juice of the root of a plant for moisture, I'm already lightheaded and dizzy. I just didn't think I could make the long walk to where the weaver bird nest is. You know, it's not so much the heat, it's convection. The wind just blows almost constantly, and it's always just sucking the moisture, just sucks it right out of your body. And I mean, it was still hot today. It got to the high 30s Celsius, it's the high 90s Fahrenheit, and it did its number. But it's been 24 hours, we'll just have to see how I do tomorrow. And it's gonna get cold again tonight. I can feel it, but it's not as windy, so a little saving grace. Did I mention that scorpions are attracted to fire? They come in for the warmth. I hate thinking about stuff like that when I'm trying to sleep.
I've been surviving under this old weaver bird nest for too long with the thought of a cobra hanging above my head. I figure I'll break it down now, just for some reassurance.
Guess it's safe to say there was no cobras in that nest. Since I've been sleeping under it for a bunch of nights, that's reassuring.
Just gonna go and check the traps close to where I'm camped out here. Check them out. There.
What the heck? Well, what do you know? I caught some. Look at the size of that guy. He's covered in jam and sand.
This may look like a tasty meal to a starving person, but unfortunately, the reason they are so slow and seem worry-free of attack is that for most predators, they are toxic. A small amount of cyanide makes them mildly poisonous. It's time now to check on my water collectors. First, the urine still.
I'm just trying to get the condensation to finish dripping, you know? Down the plastic, let the bubbles of water collect, the drops of water collect, and drip into the cup. Little tiny bit of sand in there, but tastes like fresh, clean water to me. There is just a tiny bit of water that I've collected using this tree solar still. Well, for me right now, it's definitely better than nothing. Oh, just that. Tablespoon of water and an ant or two. And just to feel the moisture in my mouth, on my lips. That little bit, that helps.
Dehydrated, I am suffering from migraines and debilitating headaches. I can't continue.
Truth is, I do need water really badly. It's almost been 48 hours without water, and with very little water, and my head is dizzy, and I'm a little disoriented, and my legs are wobbly. The safety crew camp is a few hours walk from here. So, I'm going home.
Just what's the best way to grab on to the last blast of winter in the far north? Do it by dog team. The traditional Inuit sled dog is the toughest of all the dog sled breeds. Up here, they call it the Labrador Husky. Running sled dogs is not all about hopping on for an easy ride. These dogs are hardcore and hard work. The dogs can be difficult to handle at the best of times. They may seem happy and friendly, and towards humans they are, but turn your back on them for 1 second and they can start a dog fight that will convince you they are only one evolutionary step away from being a ravenous pack of wolves. For my survival odyssey this time, I'm taking my dog team into the rugged land known as Labrador. Scrub forest, craggy mountains, and deep ocean fjords make up Labrador's vast 113,000 square miles. All of Great Britain can fit into this barren land. The average yearly temperatures in Labrador are below freezing. From here, there is nothing but empty land all the way to the Arctic. My safety crew and I first travel in more than 5 hours by snowmobile. They'll spend a week camped in the bush while I dog sled further up the coast into the Barrens. Even though I'll have no contact with them, they are my only link to help.
All right. You gentlemen all good?
All good to go, man. Stay safe.
Yeah! Oh! 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 Woo! See you in 7 days!
For the next week, it'll be just me, my cameras, and the dogs.
There are a few places on this planet where the name alone will conjure up an image of challenge and survival. And Labrador is one of those places. It's late winter up here now. The nights are still cold and dangerously damp. And the days are getting long. They offer up a mixed bag of weather. It can be sunny and pleasant one day and have a brutal storm the next. Snowmobiles are still the main mode of travel up here now, but dog sledding is still alive and well. For the next 7 days, I'll travel through the subarctic forests of Labrador until I meet up with my crew. I'll film it all myself, and except for my dogs, I'll be completely alone. That's it, over the crack.
I've only been able to spend the last 2 days getting to know these dogs, and they won't want to perform for me until they respect me. They're only used to their owner's voice, and unless they know I mean business, they won't listen to their commands.
Ha! 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 It's an aggressive activity. If I have no more trouble from them, I can slowly let myself cool down, dry the sweat. Whoa! G! 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 That's it, that's it! Good, Bob, good!
It would be simple enough to use right and left, but dog mushers still prefer to stick to G for right and ha for left as commands.
Ha! Ha! No! No! Ha! Ha! No! That's what it's like, trying to run dogs. It can be tough, really tough. Oh, now I'm sweating. Almost lost the sled there. That would have been a bad way to start off the week. When they took off on me like that, I jumped on, and for a while there, they were dragging me. My hands were grabbed on, but my legs were behind the sled sliding in the snow. Go on now, go on now. Hey, G, CN, G, Chilo. Wow, you can see this. Go on, G.
My team is made up of both male and female dogs, but the females typically make better leaders. For my pair up front, there is Shiloh and her daughter CN. Behind them, the slightly neurotic Gus, who needs to travel alone, followed by the up-and-coming male, Chance, beside the timid female, Hiluk. As the wheel dogs, which is the position closest to the sled, we have the two big brothers, Jack and Gulak, to round out the team.
That's it, good pop. Put up with about 15-20 minutes of getting the chills, cold wind on me, but at least now it's dried all my sweat. And put some warm clothes on, it won't be much to get warm again. But when you're soaking wet with sweat, very, very dangerous. That's how people die. I think I'm gonna pull you over, girls. I think we're gonna go right in there for the night.
I've been traveling all day now, and I've got to get in close to the bush and out of the wind, but the dogs are confused. They think I want to return, so they keep heading me back the way we came. I could easily fall off the sled at a time like this and lose them. It's a very dangerous situation. If I can't get them in close to the bush and on their night chain, the possibility of a dogfight becomes way too strong. Shiloh is insisting on going back home, and keeping her straight is exhausting work. Then the worst happens. The only way to stop one of these dogfights is to become as angry and as tough, and in fact, tougher than the dogs themselves. If I don't, they may rip apart each other into a bloody mess, and in some cases, have even killed their own. No musher can afford to let that happen, and my soft rubber boots amount to a slap on the wrist for these extremely tough dogs. Now that the worst is over, I'm drenched with sweat at the most dangerous time of the day. Every effort must be made to dry my body out so that I don't attempt to sleep on top of 8 feet of snow with a damp chill running down my spine. I'd be hypothermic within minutes. This happens when my body core temperature drops below 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, and my natural and normal body functions like shivering are unable to bring it back up. Simply put, hypothermia can kill you, sometimes in less than a day.
Working out here without a shirt off. It's not so I can look tough in the winter cold. It's because trying to get these guys hooked up took everything I had, and I was just pouring with sweat. And it's getting late in the day, so I'm just trying to dry my body off, cool down and dry all the sweat off before I have to put some more clothes back on and try to stay warm for the night.
This is old butcher's throwaway meat, fit for the dogs, but not for me. This whole first day seemed like such a rush. Hooking up the dogs, yelling at them constantly to either keep going or to take the right trail, stopping them from ripping each other apart in dogfights. The activity of running dogs has extremely high highs, but also very low lows.
I'll keep quiet.
It's emotionally draining and physically exhausting. I still have to consider my situation and think about how I am going to get food in this barren land wilderness.
Well, I'm in it now, the middle of Labrador, during what is probably one of the most dangerous seasons. The period of time at the end of winter, the beginning of spring, when just about anything could happen weather-wise. So, got to look at my priorities. First, my immediate priorities. Get out of the wind, which I've done enough, I think, I hope, for the night. The 24-hour priorities are to take a look at everything that I have, and I'm set up pretty well with what I need for dog sledding, which is quite a bit of equipment, and figure out what I can do with what I've got in terms of survival. And then I have my 7-day set of priorities.
My goal is to follow the edge of the fjord out and find a trail to the interior. From there, I'll need to circle back to the safety camp. It's many miles, and I'll have 7 days to do it.
I wasn't gonna do this, I was just gonna sleep on the sled, but the wind's cutting across the lake, so I'm gonna come closer into the bush here and sleep with the dogs, I guess.
Tonight, the wind is picking up on the ocean, so sleeping in the sled, although it would be comfortable, is not an option. I figure on making a simple bow bed.
That ought to do. Just something to get me up here and out of the wind. Hey. Come here. Come here.
After a full day of running dogs and dealing with fights and wrong turns on the trail, I'm exhausted. I'm hoping I can do without a fire for the night. This time I have the luxury of an old sleeping bag and an axe to get me through this week. It could be an awful mistake not making a shelter, but sometimes the lack of energy can dictate just how much I can accomplish. Then it comes down to hoping that Mother Nature is kind and gives me just this one break.
Well, you can see obviously one of my survival items is an axe. There's two reasons for that. Number one is that no self-respecting dog sledder would ever go out in the bush without an axe. Number two is that whether I'm making a Survivorman show or not, you won't find me out in the Canadian North in the winter without an axe. Not a chance. I'm gonna try something different this time. I'm gonna survive with an actual survival kit. I'll show you what's in this tomorrow when daylight hits.
Well, there's one dog up, just looking at me. The rest of the dogs are all curled up in little balls in that classic sled dog style. Stars are starting to come out, which is a good sign. Most of the sky is overcast. I'm really hoping it's not going to rain tonight since I'm exposed here. Just sort of laying out on this bed of boughs. It's below freezing. Hopefully this sleeping bag will keep me warm. Night number 1 in Labrador.
It's been nearly 24 hours of eating snow. A pot of hot water now will do the trick to lift my spirits and give me some warmth and energy, since there will be no food going into my stomach this morning.
It's morning, and I'm having a hard time pulling myself out of this sleeping bag. The wind is moving a bit this morning, making it pretty cool.
If I build the fire right on top of the snow, I can keep it burning and get it to burn, but it'll end up just dropping down. I mean, I'm up above about 8 feet of snow here, and it'll be a mighty deep hole by the time the fire started burning down, so I'm just gonna build myself a little rotted wood platform here. Just some petroleum jelly. Now I have this here because of the dogs. Put it on the dogs' feet to protect them, especially when the snow gets crunchy and icy like this. It can cut their feet and hurt them. Also helps keep them a little bit warmer. And in a little mini first aid kit, some cotton balls, petroleum jelly, taken and mixed in with the cotton. Take a flint sparker here. See that? Cotton takes the flame real well and holds it. Birch bark comes in, and I've got myself a very fast fire. And I put a bunch of snow into this coffee tin. This coffee tin is actually part of the survival kit. You'll find out why when I get into it. That's nice. Oh, yeah. That's well worth it.
Labrador is one of the most raw and unforgiving landscapes I've seen. Its rocky mountains are dotted with icy lakes, marshes, and cut by long fjords, an obstacle course of water. At this time of year, it can go from bone-chilling cold one minute to a warmth that will turn everything to slush the next. From the very first time I began surviving in remote areas and sharing it on film, I've been asked to do it with a fully stocked survival kit, to show how it can help, or to show how tough it still can be, even with the advantages.
You've already seen me use an axe. In addition to that, I brought along just a simple .22 rifle. It's also a survival kit in itself, and I'll show more on that later. I used the coffee tin to boil water in. And I find the coffee tins work great. One thing, it's got a plastic lid to it. So now I've got it full of water, put my lid on top, and I can carry water with me. This is quite a robust pack of fishing supplies. Space blanket, orange garbage bag. Rope is always killer in survival. Something that's always been key to me personally when I'm out in the wilderness for survival is a saw.
I've made the survival kit up myself from scratch, and it of course wouldn't be complete without fire-starting implements. With it, I'll make my way across this harsh landscape searching for good survival locations, places to fish or catch game animals. The dogs will do the legwork, and so the food stays with them. But all 8 of us will have to deal with whatever weather comes at us. And this morning, it's already threatening to make travel and survival tough.
All right, it's decision time. I was planning on sticking to the lake and traveling along the shoreline, but as you can see, a whiteout has moved in. I can't see a thing now. Can't see the other shore. I can see this shore and that's it, but if the dogs go out too far and I have to fight with them to keep them close to the shore, that could be tricky.
I've decided to trust my senses and try to follow the shore during this whiteout. I can just make out the shoreline through the snow when the dogs get out too far, but the truth is, I don't think the dogs like the idea of being out in a blizzard any more than I do. One of the most dangerous times for running these dogs is getting them to jump across cracks in the sea ice or through slush. If the leader is timid about it, she may stop on me all of a sudden, causing a traffic jam and bunching the dogs all together in a tangled line of jaw-snapping, fur-flying, bloody mess.
That's it, girls. Good boy, Gus. That's it, Chance, that's it. Good girl, Helok. Good boy, Chance. Chance, look ahead. Look ahead. Up, Chance.
By far, the greatest danger is falling off the sled or losing the dog team. If I let go for a second, this pack will be long gone, and I will be completely stranded. There's no way I could catch up to a dog team in full run.
I gotta get off this lake, guys. I'm freezing out here. Take me somewhere into the trees. We can get warm. All right. Good girls, good girls, good girls. That's it, that's it.
After a full day of overheating and even sweating on the inside of my clothes, while my fingers and toes deal with frostbite, I finally make it to the bush trail. My chance to get out of the wind and off the ocean ice.
I think we found our trail. Go on, boys. That's it, Gullick. That's it, Jack. Good boys. That's it, that's it. Don't mind the slush, girls, don't mind the slush.
These Labrador bush trails go for miles and miles through the frozen subarctic, and many people have perished out here. Recently, the government began constructing small survival cabins spaced out along the trail for emergencies. And this time, I'm the lucky survivalist about to take advantage of a cabin they had built on this trail only a month ago. The skies have a strange look to them, and I'm betting the weather will continue to change constantly while I travel.
Good pups. They're all good.
Well, if this cabin was built for people who need to survive, I figure I qualify. I've been 2 full exhausting days without an ounce of food, woke up to a blizzard, yelled at, ran after, and looked after a team of dogs, not to mention breaking up dog fights constantly. And the weather coming in doesn't look all that promising. So for now, I am without food or fresh water, but at least I can escape the elements for a night.
I can't take the food from the dogs. They need that food to pull me. Now, in times of survival, it's happened. Guys will start to ration the dogs down, eat some of the dog food. And Robert Perry, on the way to the pole, he had it timed out so that all of the dogs would carry their own weighted food. Once they got down through the dog food, then he would start killing off the dogs one by one and feeding one dog to the rest of the dogs. Kind of a brutal way to go, but it is survival.
When I first went out hunting, the snow was as hard as pavement, so I left my snowshoes behind. But as the day warms up, the snow gets punchier, and now I'm many miles from my cabin. Making snowshoes out of the bush will get me back to safety without exhausting myself trying to walk on top of 8 feet of punchy snow.
Oh, we got a few items here. All right. Got a meal. Reindeer moss, Labrador tea. Well, I didn't find any ptarmigan or grouse, or snowshoe hare, but I didn't find this old tin though. And this will come in handy later.
The only sign that anyone had been here since the cabin was built was a small bottle of hand sanitizer, of all things, but even this has a surprising use.
It's also a fire starter.
It only stands to reason that creams and liquids with enough alcohol in them might be flammable enough to catch a spark. A good thing to know when I'm down on matches.
All right, some simple hand sanitizer and a spark, and we've got fire.
Both the Labrador tea and the reindeer moss have the double advantage of giving me various vitamins or starches, and also simply lifting my spirits and making me feel somewhat human again. Nothing does that when you're hungry and cold like a flavorful hot drink.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. There's nothing like hot water. Still hot. There's my reindeer moss. Nothing special. Kind of bland. But starch and nutrients.
Simple wild edibles have been the savior of many a lost victim, but now I want to see what I can make out of that old fuel can. I'm trying to make a little stove for my travels. I can bring in a source of heat right into just about any shelter without burning it down, and the confined metal space of the can will help to keep hot coals longer, so I can use small sticks to keep myself warm.
I've got myself a portable little wood stove. Got my hobo stove. I need to play a hobo song.
I may be sheltered from any bad weather that comes in thanks to the survival cabin, but I have no food. So it's time to do a local patrol to see what kind of game animal activity I can find in the frozen bush. When the snow is hard crusted, I can walk on it forever. The downside is that no animal leaves a trail. They can walk on it too. And the usually easily snared snowshoe hare runs across this hard-packed snow without leaving a single mark.
You know, they say in Labrador you can go through all 4 seasons in one day. I'm beginning to believe it. I still think that your best survival kit is what you can have in your pockets. But if you hunt, your rifle can be a survival kit as well. It looks like an ordinary rifle, but let me show you. Take the butt end off. All I did was take a drill and drill out some holes in the stock itself. If you want, you could drill out a few holes and actually kind of gouge it out until you have more of a compartment. I've just got a few holes. Okay. And in there, got some extra bullets. I'm able to fit about 10 extra bullets in these holes, which are good because you don't want to run out of bullets. The other thing I have in there, from a Q-tip, some cotton tinder, and then as well, a little fire striker. And you've got a little survival kit built right into the butt of the gun. It's a good thing to know. I've been out walking on the hard-crusted snow for hours, and I haven't seen a sign of a single ptarmigan or snowshoe hare or anything. I know they're out here, but I've been walking for hours and I haven't seen any signs at all. So it just shows you I might have a cabin to keep me out of the elements at night, but survival up here is tough. This time of year, it's real tough.
The weather is holding out with blue sky and sunshine so far, after dealing with that first blizzardy morning, and the snow has a hard crust until late in the day, thanks to a cold cutting wind, making travel easy. But whatever the weather, the dogs have food and I don't. and I'm getting hungry.
Is that Gray Jay back again? I'll call him dinner before this week's up. Hi guys. Hey. How's it going? Okay, I'm going fishing, guys. Wish me luck.
It's day 3 of my survival odyssey in Labrador. As tempting as it is to eat the dog food, the dogs themselves need it for survival. They burn a lot of calories pulling the heavy-laden sled. I'm still not that far from the ocean since the trail paralleled the shoreline, and I know the Innu people who survive up here fish the seal holes along with making their own holes in the ice. I passed a number of them when the dogs and I traveled the ocean ice in the blizzard. This is where a small, simple fishing kit comes in handy for survival.
You can see a lot of old skidoo tracks from the Inuit hunters. People traveling these lands, fishing and hunting for seal usually. Guess I really wouldn't want to fall through the ice out here now, would I? That would be trouble. But I'm guessing it's pretty safe this time of year. Of course, on the other hand, I punched through the ice on the way out here. This is what happens when you're tired. I'm out here, I'm out at the seal holes, the fishing holes. I forgot my axe. So I'll see if I can punch through. Oh man, that was stupid.
These holes are often covered over by branches or marked with poles, so they're easy to spot when the people travel through this region.
That'll do. Yeah, that was easy. Didn't even have to carry my axe all the way down here. Bonus. Just some sinkers, hook, and line. Easily carried in a small packet. Small survival kit in your pockets. Just gonna put on a bit of dog food for bait, because that's what I have. Here's my hole. There it goes.
I've tried using the tiny scraps of dog food as bait. I've even tried using some of the lures in the kit.
Well, I'm gonna try for about 2 hours.
When you're fishing from a small hole in the ice, there's no real trick to it.
I'm still trying. Here, fishy, 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 fishy.
Either you're lucky and the fish are near, or they're not.
Oh, you're there, felt you. Well, I thought I had a couple of bites there for a minute, but nothing. Fishing is not exactly a spectator sport. Well, the sun's going down, as you can see. No luck, no fish, and no game while I was out hunting. That's the way it goes, you know. I mean, you go out hunting, you go out fishing just when you're just relaxing, you're camping or cottaging, and not see a thing. No different here. It's just that when you're trying to survive, it's a little more heartbreaking. I'm gonna do this. I said I wouldn't do it, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna steal some food from the dogs. That's my boy. Well, truthfully, never thought I'd see the day I'd be doing this. Stealing food from a dog. Oh, man. I was gonna just take a whole rib, but there's dog poop on the other side. So I'm not going to touch that other side. I have no way of knowing how old this food is, how good it is. It was reserved for the dogs after all. Hey.
The grossest part of this was that the dogs have dragged this meat through their own feces, something I'll have to get past if I'm to put some food energy into my system.
So I'm going to take my dog food, cut her up, put her in, going into my pot. It's there, it looks good. I'm gonna boil it up. Quite a bit, actually. Boil the heck out of it. Hopefully kill any germs.
Get that dog hair out of there.
The headlamp was in the survival kit, another huge advantage for surviving, especially if I have to travel or if I get injured during the night.
See how that boils up.
One of the best ways to stay warm at night is to eat just before I bed down. The process of digestion heats up my body while I sleep.
Oh, that's still hot, but that's good. So it's all the caribou broth now. That's got to be good for me. I hope that the meat's okay. So, there you have it. Stolen dog food stew.
I have no choice now. If I'm to try to make it back to the safety camp, I've got to leave the relative comfort of this cabin and keep moving.
Not looking forward to this.
I can't afford to wait any longer. I've got a lot of ground to cover.
Easy. Okay!
All I can do now is hope for the best when it comes to this weather. This is the most unstable time of year for weather patterns. One day sunny, and the next it's a blizzard, or worse, freezing rain.
Holy mackerel. That's it. That's it. All right. Woo! You got me sweating, girls. Not a good day to get me sweating, boys and girls. Okay. Go on. Oh yeah, atta girls. Right up the hill, way to go. That's the worst part of the day, guys, hooking you up. Worst part of the day. I know you're happy, but I'm sweating. That is a cold wind out here. Go on, girls, ho. So I've got a couple of things to concern myself with here. One is how wet I got while I was hooking up the dogs. Got pretty sweaty, so I've kept my jacket open to dry the sweat on my back throughout my body, but it makes me pretty cold and chilled. Number two, once I stop in a few hours, I gotta worry about shelter. These are the barren lands now. Well, at least they call these the barrens. It's sparse bush, but it's cold and windy here. That's it, guys. Let's find someplace sheltered. Let's get out of here. All right, I'm at the ocean again. That's gonna be cold. I'll have to travel it for a bit, but then I'm gonna have to tuck in somewhere protected for sure. I was traveling for a while even with the fly of my pants undone so I could get some air circulating all through my body to dry off the sweat. It's chilly to do that, but better to get dry. Open water, guys, open water. I can do without the open water, girls.
There are no other survival cabins for me to take advantage of, and I don't want to spend the night exposed out on the ocean ice. So I'm keeping my eyes open for any kind of gully or closed-in area where I can build a small shelter and get out of the wind. The dogs are remaining aggressive with each other, and I have to watch ahead constantly to make sure they don't take wrong trails. One small mistake when running a dog team can lead to a major disaster.
All right, keep the jacket open, try to let some of this sweat dry in the cool weather. I'm gonna try something a little crazy here. I've emptied stuff out of my sled. And I'm just gonna simulate what actually happens. Okay, guys, you're on your own. That's easily how it happens. There isn't a dog sledder out there who hasn't found himself lost without the dogs. Doesn't put down the snow hook properly. Dogs take off. There's even stories of the dogs going as far as 100 miles back to town, leaving the musher stranded out there.
And that's my case now.
All right. There's my stuff.
To add to my problems, mild, wet, and windy weather is coming in on me quickly.
Whoa! Snow's getting soft. Well, I've come to this spot. It's a lot more protected than where I was when I let the dogs go. Dogs will be fine. They're gonna follow the trail out. As for me, I've got about 6 hours of daylight left, and by the looks of the sky, I should expect some bad weather. So I can't just sit out by the fire tonight. I'm gonna have to make some kind of a shelter. This is the worst time of year. Rain, freezing rain during the day, cold at night. It's a real bad time for hypothermia. Yeah, I guess here will have to do. I'm just gonna create a snow trench, and I think that will suffice. Maybe even keep me warm. It's so vitally important that I don't let myself sweat now. Extremely important. You sweat, you die.
Maybe only just another couple of feet here. 2 feet and I'm done. Now, they call it a snow trench, but it's a lot like making a coffin.
Yeah, that'll do.
Warmer temperatures during the day is nice, but it also makes survival harder. Everything becomes wet and heavy. I begin to punch through the snow when I walk.
Moving. I think I'm gonna get rained on.
The dampness begins to seep into my bones, and this is the worst time of year for hypothermia.
Orange garbage bag, thermal blanket. So that's home for tonight. All right, got my water on to boil, and there's still some leftover caribou fat that had solidified and was on the insides of the pot. That's great, it's gonna make it a bit of a broth for me. But this time I'm gonna add in some spruce. And as well, I'm gonna throw in some willow. Willow is actually also good if you've got a headache too.
Slowing down whenever I can helps to conserve my energy, but it also gives my body a chance to cool down too. So refueling with hot bush tea will make a big difference.
This has got some residual caribou broth in it, spruce needles, and willow twigs. And it's healthful, and it makes me feel fantastic. That's all I can say. I should put some boughs over top of my shelter in case it snows. Time to crawl into the shelter.
Sleeping in this kind of claustrophobic shelter is near torture. You have to contort your body and move like some kind of bound-up caterpillar, all the while with your face only an inch from the snow wall. And the lack of oxygen is frustrating and leads to small moments of panic.
I got my sleeping bag backwards. Okay. So here I am in my little snow trench. With any luck at all, I won't wake up shivering, and I'll be fine in here for the night. I didn't make it long enough, though. My feet are kind of sticking out the end. Put an orange garbage bag over top of them. Ugh. Oh, boy. This has been a long night in this claustrophobic little shelter. Stayed dry in here. Sort of. I mean, damp beyond belief, but not getting rained on. Oh, man. The lens is all fogging up. It's so damp in here.
Crawling out of the shelter backwards into the freezing rain is maddening. So I'm going to try to expand the shelter to see if I can get more than an hour combined sleep during the night. Constantly improving my shelter and my surroundings increases my chances of survival. Even just physiologically, I feel like I am always improving, getting somewhere. I feel better about myself and my odds of surviving.
This is the weather that kills. Hypothermia at this time of year is the most dangerous thing you have to deal with.
It's starting to rain harder. And did I mention that it's kind of like freezing rain since it's late winter?
I gotta fix this stupid shelter. I need more room, so I'm going to put up a bit of a structure in the front here, give myself some more room. And if I can do that, maybe I can even set it so that I can have a fire inside. Wouldn't that be novel?
This is the perfect situation, finally, for using my hobo stove. I can bring heat inside with me without burning down my small shelter. It'll help to keep the damp chill out.
Stop raining!
After working on this shelter all day, I get the biggest surprise yet of any survival ordeal I've gone through. All this freezing rain and warm weather has devastated the sea ice. One of the crew attempted the long trek back to the small ocean village and nearly lost his life going through the ocean slush that up here they call slob. The usual 5-hour trek took him twice that, avoiding increasing dangers all the way. The safety crew have themselves become stranded from civilization by miles and miles of 6 feet deep slush and water on top of ocean ice. I am a further hour into the bush from the safety camp, but they risk the trek to give me the news. The deteriorating conditions mean that I will be stranded as well. We only have one chance to get me back to safety camp for evacuation before the distance between them and I becomes impassable by slush.
Apprise me of the situation. Are they slushy or what's the deal?
Yeah, we had to skull right around inside this morning. We couldn't get this rain we have here now. You're going to have at least, maybe 6-8 feet slush, which is going to make that ice heavy.
You don't think we'll get
For
across?
example, that little river there this morning, that's wide open this morning. We had to go all the way around it. And as it's compressing, it's pushing it down and driving the water up on top, too.
Nearly losing the sleds and the slush ourselves on the way back, we finally made it into the safety camp. And with the ocean gone to slush between here and the small northern village, the only way to rescue the entire crew and myself was by helicopter.
Here he comes. Can't believe we all have to be choppered out of here, but that's the nature of shooting a Survivorman show. We take our chances. We're way out in the middle of Labrador here, and what's happened is the ocean and all the rain, all the waters come up, and it's just slush between here and a 4.5-hour drive on snow machine back to safety, back to town. We can't make it. We can't get back. We're stuck out here. We got a helicopter, everybody, all the machines, everything out of here. And that's why they had to come and get me too. So that's it. Well, I may have survived Labrador. And my safety crew, they were doing all right. But the weather here has decided differently for us. It effectively stranded me from my safety crew and my safety crew from civilization.
I was a full hour beyond my production team into the Labrador wilderness, but I have to hand it to the crew. To pull off filmmaking like this, even they have to take their chances. It's a tough job for all of us, but that's what it takes when it comes to real survival. The fringes of the Arctic, the middle of the desert, on a mountain in a blizzard. Given a choice, most people would easily choose a tropical island if they were forced with the decision of where they had to attempt survival. And I'm no different. It may be easier, but that doesn't mean it's easy. Without fresh water, you're dead in a week. With it, you still need to brave sharks, eels, and poisonous fish if you intend to harvest from the ocean. The intensity of the sun here can fry you in minutes, and brutal cyclones can wipe you off the face of the island. To create the right scenario, my crew is leaving me a boat wreck. They'll run it out ahead of me to wait on the island.
Recreational diving is becoming hugely popular worldwide. And just like skiers looking for the next mountain, divers are always on the search for new and more remote locations for underwater discoveries.
Diving is an addictive activity. Though the lead-up is often early mornings and rushed boat trips, it all stops when you fall beneath the waves. You only hear your breathing, and everything around you moves in a slow, serene manner. But the skill itself requires solid instruction and takes years to master. And as with many things, along with its inherent beauty, is the potential for danger. But the risk is worth it. The Cook Islands are in the middle of the South Pacific Ocean, and my island, called Motiktu, is on the outside edge of a massive shallow lagoon. I could literally walk or swim my way across to the main island where people live and vacation. That wouldn't be survival.
But accidents do happen. A storm can blow in, or a navigational error can leave you stranded on some small island. Or what happens more often than you might think, your dive boat leaves you behind. Either fearing that you're lost, or simply forgetting to do a head count. And you're left dumbfounded, horrified, and alone in the middle of the ocean.
So with my safety crew a few miles away across the lagoon, it's my lot to survive the next 7 days alone without food or water on my own little paradise.
You know, survival on a tropical island might just sound ideal. And I suppose if you compare it to the middle of the desert or the Arctic, it is. But survival is still survival, no matter where you find yourself. And for the next 7 days, I'll have to survive here, alone, without a camera crew, no food, and no one to film me but myself. To simulate a shipwreck, they left me a wreck. All my dive gear, including my dive bag, and one shirt.
And as always, I have my multi-tool and my harmonica along for the ride.
Tropical island survival or not, it's gonna be a long week. Already a storm coming in, and I haven't even unpacked yet. Well, the first thing I'm gonna do is just get this boat straightened up and get ready for this storm to hit. Take a look at what gear I've got with all my dive stuff that I can make use of and get out of this wetsuit. Here's all my dive gear, underwater camera equipment, and my shirt. Well, unfortunately, if it does come on to rain, that's my only shelter for tonight. Well, that's it. Hasn't rained yet. The stars are out. I can see the rain off in the distance. So, night number 1 of surviving on a tropical island is going to be right here in this boat. And with any luck at all, the rain will hold off. If it doesn't, I'm going to have to crawl inside underneath the bow. And I won't sleep at all. It's not very comfortable in there. But I'll get through the night tonight. And tomorrow will be a new day. See how it goes.
It's morning of day 2, surviving in a tropical paradise.
Well, I got through the night all right. It did spit, though, just a little bit. Just giving me the heads up on the warning that there probably is rain coming. Of course, right now, I don't have rain. I've got the opposite problem, which is the direct sun. It'll burn me in this tropical heat in a very short time. So I'm gonna pull everything out of the boat. I had to put everything back into the boat last night because this island is crawling with ship rats.
So I brought everything up into the boat so it wouldn't get all chewed up. And I'll take it out now and just see what I've got to work with here. So for the most part, I don't have anything with me that any other normal diver wouldn't likely have with them. I've got my wetsuit and booties, fins, snorkel, mask, regulator, my BCD, and my dive bag with things such as casing for my mask and a few other items like that. Everything that any normal diver would have with them on a diving excursion. So we'll see what I can do with this stuff. And I'm gonna take a look at that boat. There we go. To help keep some of that sun off my head. Fry to a crisp out here. That'll have to do. This boat has a lot of junk that I can probably use. Buckets full of rust and old oil. Not much I can use these for. Way too dirty. Poison myself if I collected rain with them. Just a little tiny bit of gas left in there. Probably also water in it as well. It's like even some old fishing line. Old rusty hooks. You know, in a survival situation, anything is usable. Nothing is too small or insignificant. I think the first thing I'm going to use is this crowbar.
It's time to do a little remodeling on the boat wreck. When it comes to building shelters in a survival situation, the best thing for me to do is to take any advantages I can find and save myself a lot of energy loss. Why go to the trouble of building an elaborate bush shelter when there's some kind of natural shelter close by, or in this case, a man-made structure that for now is high and dry? The island is thick with gnats, rats, and mosquitoes that can carry dengue fever. In the boat wreck, I'm out in the breeze and up off the ground, the best place to be.
I might regret saying this, but I think when that rain comes, it'll be quite a relief. This tropical sun is a killer. Just moving around in it at all, wiping me right out. I have to stop pretty often just to rest in the shade, or I would just be burned out.
I'm able to moderate my body temperature with frequent dips in the ocean, but that in itself has a lot of inherent dangers around here. Now it's time to make use of some of my dive gear.
I was going to cut this apart and use it as a blanket, but it's going to make a perfect rain catch if I ever get any rain. That's what I'm going to use it for. Let it rain.
I'm about 100 yards walk from my boat shelter, and I think I've found a nice little supply. Oh. There we go. All right. I need this bad. This little baby will be the source of a lot of benefits for me. I've got 4 uses I can get out of it. And the first one is to get a drink.
It's a little dangerous walking around in bare feet, but I needed to get them out of those neoprene booties, let them breathe, get some air, or I would have ended up with fungus problems.
Well, I do have a dive knife.
But in survival, if you have a knife, it's best to not use it if you don't have to. Any other means you can find to open things or break things or cut things instead of using up your knife are better because it saves the knife, keeps it sharp, perhaps for when you really, really need it. In survival, for sure, the best thing you can do is base everything on spending the least amount, the least amount of energy as possible. So what I'm doing here is, there's a stump, it's already in position, it's got some sharp, very sharp points on it. So maybe I can use this, a bit of leverage, to get into this coconut, a safe way. So you just put it in once like that, you don't keep jamming in, wiggle it in, and then start to just push down on the other side of the coconut here.
in, wiggle, and push. Come around to this side. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. And all of this inside of this coconut is a good fire starter. All right, I've got a husked coconut now. See the little face in the front there? And all I have to do is pop in there. There we go. Oh, I need this. Go. Perfect. So the trick to this is simply to hit the coconut right dead center, just a bit, all the way around. Weaken it. There we go. And that way, when you open it up, two perfect halves and a lot of delicious coconut meat. The other benefit I have now with coconut is I can take it, I can scrape some, and this coconut mush, and use it as a protective oil from the sun. If I can eat one coconut a day, I can survive. They're full of a ton of essential nutrients, vitamins, minerals. Augment that with fish, whatever else I can find or catch out here, and it'll be some pretty good survival.
I found my small raincoat in my dive bag, a good thing given that the weather here changes very quickly.
Well, here comes the rain. Might not necessarily be the most comfortable shelter I'll ever have, but hopefully it'll be dry. I'm a little worried about the peak. The angle's wrong and it could come dripping down on me. I have to sacrifice an airbag to keep the rain out. Well, that stops the drip at the peak. Probably best I don't allow myself to get soaking wet. It is the tropics. Pretty unlikely I'll get hypothermic, but I suppose the possibility is always there. If it stayed raining like this for a long time and went into the night, I could get pretty chilled. No need to let that happen, so I'll stay in out of the rain for now.
Even a paradise without fresh water would quickly become a death sentence.
This rain catch is working fantastic for me. This is the regulator. I'm going to sacrifice it. Can't use it anymore here anyway. Okay. Excellent. Tastes like rubber, but hey, it's water. Well, if it rains at all tonight, I'm pretty well protected with this wooden cabin. It's nice to get that bit of water right before bed like that, just to get some liquid back into my system. Oh. It also feels good to be up this high off the ground and away from all those rats. I don't know if they'll make their way into the boat. I would imagine they can sooner or later.
The island is covered in rats that have little fear of me. These are actually ship rats, and they are likely direct descendants of rats off Captain Cook's ship itself.
Well, it's morning of day 3. I didn't get quite as much rain as I had hoped for last night, but I still did get a few cups, which is pretty helpful. Shelter's holding out fine. Didn't rain all that much last night, so now I'm gonna go into the center of the island and see what I can find there.
My priority, now that my shelter is secure and I found a source or two of fresh water, is to assess my surroundings, see what I can take advantage of in the tropical forest itself. Anything I can use as an axe is likely going to help. It's a beautiful island, both in the interior and on the beach, and my time here is made safer by the fact that there are no poisonous snakes or insects to worry about, so exploring comes easy.
Okay, good. Here's something I can use. Take these feathers out now. These feathers are not just for show. They're acting kind of like a baseball cap. They're shielding my eyes from the direct, harsh sunlight. In fact, when you see Native Americans in old paintings and pictures and they've got just the one feather stuck out of the side, what they're doing is they're blocking the sunlight, the direct sun from the horizon when they go off hunting. All right, this I can make use of. Yes, indeed. I've got cuts on my hands and the flies are trying to get at them. Might want to cover them up soon, or something lays its eggs in my skin. So this fella here, I can eat.
The tropical forests, just like the jungles and the boreal forests across the world, are filled with millions as of yet undiscovered nutritional and medicinal benefits from the plants within their delicate ecosystems.
All right, this is gonna be good. Now, those roots that are like that, there are hundreds of them on this island. If I can get maybe 3 or 4 of those a day and drink this healthful liquid, it's really good for getting liquid into my system, and it's excellent for the heart. It even tastes good. That's great. Go get some more of those.
There are a number of stages in the growth of coconuts, and all of them have their benefits to the lost victim.
Ha-ha! Ready for this? This is my favorite part of the coconut. Juicy, tasty, oh so sweet. Ah. Man.
Before I was left out here, the local islanders had shared with me the survival benefit of this particular time of year, the availability of some wild game.
Got a great opportunity for a meal here. If it's still there. Get back to it. It's a young booby, that's a bird, that has fallen down out of its nest. I don't think he can fly. This could be a real substantial meal for me. I might have a meal tonight. Now that is a survival meal and a half. You see, these boobies and different birds are nesting on the island right now, and all of the young are in the nest, and they can't fly yet. They'll fall out of the nest sometimes, and they'll either starve on the ground, or they'll get eaten by something else, or sometimes they make it. But in this case, I think rather than climbing a coconut tree today, I'm going to concentrate on getting a fire going and have myself one heck of a meal.
Whenever you catch a wild bird, the best thing is to pluck the feathers right away. Body's still warm. Feathers come off much easier. All I really want to do is just open this bird up enough to take the insides out so that I can skewer it. I just want to get your fingers right up inside, break the membrane away from the rib cage, and pull. Okay, leave the feet on. I'm going to put that on a skewer. First I'll go wash it off in the salt water and have me a meal. I'm going to try something new for getting a fire going. I've got all the stuffing from the coconut tree. Add a bit of gasoline. There we go. This is a rescue tube, diver's rescue tube. And usually things kept in it are items like matches, lighters, and often, in my case anyway, I have flares. These things tend to shoot really far. Wish me luck, folks. Here we go. Yeah! Look at that. Excellent. Woohoo! We're having roast booby tonight. What happened there was, there's my flare. You see, you just pull down on this lever and boom, you shoot the flare, and normally it goes flying up into the sky. So I just had everything closed in there with the rock on top, shoot that right into it, and I'll bet you that would work whether there was gasoline or not. So it's a good thing to know. A flare, big bundle of dried tinder, protected with a rock, and you've got yourself a good fire. And I have myself some roast booby to eat.
Pretty much any bird is edible in a survival situation, and there are plenty of rescued survivors to verify that.
Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah. Roast brown booby. Cheers. Roast booby, coconut milk. Oh boy. Oh man, is that good. The irony being that I'm eating booby breast.
Yet again, a tropical weather system takes control.
I do believe I'm trapped in here for a little while. Glad I got that good meal in, and I had the chance. This should mean my rain catch is filling up with water. Well, it's middle of the night, and it's been raining non-stop. It's been really hard to get out of the boat, and the tapes had finished in my camera, so I wasn't even able to get out to my camera gear to replace the tapes till just now. The good news is that my rain catch is filling up with great, fresh, clean rainwater. Huge difference for me. But I see more black clouds coming, and I have to tuck back into the boat and try to get some more sleep. Wow, a bit of a tropical storm.
It's day 4, and the tropical weather patterns are not giving me any breaks.
It's been raining all night, and as morning comes in, it's still coming down. This is pretty much it. Been stuck like this for, I don't know, probably nearly 20 hours now. Just on and off pouring rain. Some of my cameras are actually shutting down and from the moisture. And I haven't been able to even get outside to change tapes to shoot much. Oh man, it's still coming down.
Oh man. 2 of my cameras shut down, and my audio pack shut down, all from about 20 hours of non-stop rain. They're just showing the condensation meters are blinking and won't allow me to turn the cameras on. So 2 down and 2 cameras left. This is enough rainwater, I'm sure, as long as it doesn't become contaminated, to get me through the next few days. And the thing I have to worry about here is there are so many rats here on the island. I'm still worried that what if they're coming in here to drink the fresh water and then probably also defecating and peeing in the water. Better cover you up. I want to lose this camera too. It's time to make the ultimate sacrifice. Oh, say goodbye to a good harmonica.
See where I'm getting at here? Okay, so this is gonna be my spear point. It once was a blues harmonica. Now, it is a spear point. Since this has been pretty much a whole write-off this day, I've only got a couple of hours left. So I think what I'm going to do is just work on my fishing implements and get everything made and ready for tomorrow. And then if I have to, if it's still raining tomorrow, I'll put on the wetsuit, but still get in the water, catch some fish. Too tempting not to. Oh, this is an old wreck of a boat, and as luck would have it, it has its share of tangled up old fishing line and some old hooks. This will work perfect. I can blow this up, nice bright float, get an anchor for it, and I'm going to dangle a bunch of hooks from it. Use the zipper. Got buckles I can tie to here. Closest I can come to somehow simulating survival at its best or worst, as it were, is to not have a camera crew and be out here alone. But that means that loneliness and fatigue and I don't know, maybe not boredom, but although boredom can be deadly out here, but it all hits me. And a day like today where it's just been raining all day, it's pretty hard on the system, pretty hard on the emotions. These are very rusty old hooks. It wouldn't take much for me to slip, fall, turn, pull, do something too fast, I'm not watching, and shove one of these barbed rusty hooks into my skin. And then I've got myself a whole new set of problems to deal with. Here we go. So I've got a float, I've got all these hooks dangling from it. I'll put this out there with some bait on it and an anchor and a rope to the shore. Oh, that's one thing I have to make sure that I do. Let's put on my wetsuit booties, because right now is about the most dangerous thing I could do, heading out into the water. Reason being is stonefish. Stonefish are one of the most poisonous fish in the ocean, and there are a lot of them in this area. All I have to do is step on one of them, which is a common occurrence if you're in their area. They're easy to step on, they're camouflaged, you can't see them, and they'll tend to hide, so you can step on them. And just one stab of that would be excruciatingly painful. The pain shoots from the bottom of your foot right up to the top of your head and can and has been fatal. As is the case so often, when an ecosystem contains some kind of poisonous element, it also provides a cure. And this little green leaf chewed up and put in the wound would stop the stonefish's venom in as little as a half an hour. Now it's time to get the bait. Pull the crab out. Well, the part I want, this juicy little specimen right here, that's what I can use for my fish bait. I want to break up because I'm going to use it like chum. When you chum the water for fish, you're just basically trying to get all the scent. If I leave the bait too big, then the fish eat it, and they get fed and they don't bother going after the bait that's on the hooks. All right, so I've got the float that I made with all the hooks dangling from it, and I figure I can use my own diver's weight belt as the anchor. And I'm gonna get this out there. Got my crab bait now. See if I can catch something. Oh, I did mention that I have to watch out for stonefish. I also have to look out for moray eels. They are poisonous, but they pack quite a bite. Did I also mention that most shark attacks occur in 2 to 3 feet of water?
The lagoon is like a massive swimming pool, making most activities pretty easy. The other side of the island is the open ocean and can be quite rough, so I'll try fishing on this side for now.
For 3 days, there were flounder all around me when I walked in the water. Now that I have a spear, they're nowhere to be found. What's happened is that they've become aware of me. They've sensed me as a threat and have moved on to elsewhere in the lagoon until I stop entering the water. This is just another part of becoming aware of the natural cycles and rhythms of an area when you're attempting to survive.
Well, here comes the rain again. I didn't get a lot accomplished today, but probably 36 hours of nonstop rain played a big part in that. So here I am stuck in the boat wreck shelter again. It's just the way it goes sometimes in survival. But I did get a spear made, a net made, and a fish float made, so tomorrow I will do as best as I can to try to catch some fish.
It's day 5. My fish float with bait on it is in the water and hopefully doing its job. But this wet weather is frustrating me. It's time to get busy.
You know, I'm just about hot enough that if it stays like this, maybe I'll just go back out and fish in the rain. What I want to do is I want to dive for clams.
The tropical ocean is bountiful if you know what to look for and what to watch out for. This is a type of sea cucumber, and the white slime that comes out of it works very much like an antiseptic covering for cuts and scrapes. It's even being researched by scientists to see how it can be utilized for medical benefits.
All right, well, definitely worth going in the water and seeing what was there. There's not a lot on this side. There's going to be more on the other side of the island, I'm sure. But I'll save that till tomorrow. So I'm just going to cut into this clam, get myself a meal.
Fresh clam. And it's sweet. Wow. Wow, that's good. Where there's one, there's going to be more.
Since the flounder seem to have outsmarted me by leaving this area, I want to see if I can outsmart them by attempting some night fishing. Bit dangerous, but worth the try.
Well, here goes nothing. I'm gonna grab the torch, set it on fire, and make my way to the water. Although how I'm going to carry the camera at the same time is beyond me. A lot windier than I was hoping it was going to be. I just got to make my way down to where the coral beds are. That's where the best fishing is going to be. This is not easy. Should have built the fire way down there.
Night fishing is a spooky activity. The light only gives you vision for a few feet. Sharks usually enter into the lagoon at night to feed. The chance of stepping on an extremely poisonous stonefish or painful sea urchin becomes much higher. It's one of those things that can work once you master it. You just have to take a deep breath and go for it. Given time and practice, I know I could make it successful, but it's going to take a lot of patience.
Well, I tried. Obviously, fishing with a torch made out of palm fronds at night here in the tropics is something I'm going to need to try again. The problem here was fire was too far from the coral spot, so running down there I lost a lot of the torch. So now I know. Make sure that I've got a very short distance between lighting it and getting into where the coral is.
to try to find the fish.
So I'm giving it another shot while I still have the energy. I would love to get myself a meal of fresh fish. It's day 6, and I'm bound and determined to finish this survival odyssey on a good note. Maybe even with my own tropical feast.
Made a kind of a mess of it, but the insides of these palm trees are quite good, quite edible. Come on, baby, burn. Here we go. That's what I like to see. Now to cook up some of that bounty. Oh boy. Welcome to dinner. We've got, of course, my favorite, coconut centers, palm heart, roasted coconut center, coconut roasted clam, my root juice in a beautiful coconut cup, and of course, my coconut juice. Which I think maybe what I'll do is I'll add a little, mix the two together. There we go. Nice. What a smorgasbord. Well, I can tell you, this is going to be fantastic. And all of this was gathered really in not very much time at all. But for now, I've got a fantastic meal ahead of me. Let's try these roasted clams. Oh, that's good. The finest bubbly. Ooh. Oh, this is good. You know, I've survived in a lot of places, a lot of remote areas, and I've had times where there's been very little food all week long. But in a place like the tropics, there's no need to starve. There's plenty of food around. This is the easy stuff to get. I haven't yet been able to get a flounder. When I was here in the beginning of the week, there were all kinds of them. The last 2 days, I haven't seen one. It might be a lot easier for me to survive here in the tropics than it is, say, in the Arctic or in a desert. But without the will to live, there's survival nowhere. And the rats are joining me for a meal. Look at you guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like Willard here. There's rats coming in from everywhere. Get out of here. Well, tomorrow my rescue comes. The boat will come in for me. And you know, I think this is the one time I wouldn't mind if they waited a couple of days. Left me alone out here for a little bit longer.
Well, that's night number 6. Surviving on a tropical island. It's a good day today. I had a full-on island feast. It wasn't difficult to obtain. Tonight, I've got full moon shining down on me. And since I sacrificed my harmonica earlier on in the week to make a tip for my spear, I grabbed a couple of coconuts, made myself a new instrument. Just whipped this up this afternoon.
No one wants to find themselves in a survival situation. You just want to go home. But sometimes the ordeal becomes long-term survival, longer than 7 days. And whether in a life raft, on a mountain, in a desert, or on a tropical island, long-term survival has always been about maintaining the will to live, and then becoming familiar with the surroundings, especially the natural cycles of the plants and animals, even the weather. And then learning how to use these cycles to affect better survival. When the fish are coming in, when the plants are ripe, when the weather is most threatening. All information the lost victim needs to assess what to do next, what to do to survive.